wouldn't you know it, we're having technical issues. The chatbot does not want to work. So I need to just try and figure that one out. Give me a couple more minutes, guys. I'm going to grab a cup of tea while I'm at it. We still got to wait for the server to restart anyway, so I guess that kind of works out. Hey, chatbot's back. Okay, we'll have music now. In theory. Please cooperate, bot. There we go. So I'm going to grab a cup of tea and get DCS running again, and we'll be right back at it. And hopefully it'll run a little smoother now.
Greetings, comrade.
Oh shit, cheers for bits, Davey. Stream will be running again really quickly. I'm just gonna grab some tea, get DCS restarted, and we'll see how it goes. Because I had to restart my PC, it was running like shit. Wasn't a super short stream, something happened? Yeah, no, had to restart the PC. And the server was restarting anyway, so I figured I might as well do it then. Really curious what module ED will do after the MiG-29. Yeah, me too, to be honest. I guess we'll find out.
Hugh and Mike are walking along the road. They come across a farm and see a bull. It is grazing. Hugh asks Mike if he's ever ridden a bull. Mike says no. They sneak into the farm and hop on the bull. The bull goes on a rampage, running through buildings and fences. A farmer comes.
Oh, I cut it off.
Hugh and Mike are covered in mud. He pulls out a phone and calls the cops, then puts his phone away. The farmer asks their names, but yells like he is hard of hearing. Hugh says, "I'm Hugh, and that's Mike." The farmer says, "Huh." Just then a cop shows up and asks,
Cheers for this, Davey. Yeah, I hope they revisit the Cobra. I really hope they revisit the Cobra. If they do a original Su-25, like a Cold War Su-25, there shouldn't be anything really stopping them. If they tried to do like a 25 SM, yeah, then they might run into issues. And you know what? I hope they do run into issues trying to do a modern one and do a Cold War one instead, because fuck modern shit. Besides which, up until very recently, the majority of them were fucking Cold War bog standard Su-25s anyway. They didn't get upgraded for a long time. Gonna do some dogfights later. ATWG servers running more better metas mission, but with A4s added as well. Yeah, we'll see about that maybe. It's been a while since I've done any dogfighting with the A4. I also noticed that DDCS has added the Mosquito. So, that might be something to do for a stream one of these days. Do the fucking 633 Squadron Canyon run, go bomb Nulchik. I was dreaming of being able to do that the moment they announced the Mosquito. Bear with me, DCS is taking its sweet time here. Still feels like it's running a little slow, but hopefully it's at least playable. If they do any more NATO stuff, I hope it's actual Cold War NATO stuff. Like, I don't mind Cold War NATO stuff, and I mean proper Cold War NATO stuff, not fucking modernized stuff from the, like, 2000s versions of 80s aircraft. I wouldn't mind that, but, like, the modern Gen 4 shit, fuck right off. Don't want it. Not that one. What am I doing? What am I doing? There we go. Inverters on, chrome's on. Oh, someone's stuck. I can hear him coming in and out burner. Oops. It's good though, because you can hear how amazing that afterburner sounds now with Nim's sound mod.
Hey Ross, welcome back.
Cheers for the resub, man. Appreciate it. Goldmate might have given up and reslotted. The 21 does not like going in snow. Does not like going in snow at all. Wait 25 hours, I'm not... You gotta stop doing that to yourself, man. I mean, I know this is hypocritical coming from me, but it's not good for you.
To the MiG-21, about to taxi onto the runway, your drag shooters are.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Can't fucking sleep? Yeah, I know that feeling, man.
Oh, I can flag it. I can drop this parachute. Oh yeah, there's a button. Behind your throttle. To the back of your throttle there's a button with a cover that says drop shoot.
Do we have GCI? No, we do not. I'm gonna switch channel before I have an aneurysm. Let him go first. Have you got a new throttle? I bought one. It hasn't arrived yet, though. It's on back order. The throttle issues aren't a big deal in the MiG-21 because it's only single engine anyway, but for twin engine stuff it's really annoying, or for warbirds. I'm going to take the attack from the World War II birds and give us a Sky Raider. I would too. Sky Raider would be really nice to have. I know that there's quite a bit of interest in one. Like, a lot of people ask for it. A surprising number of people ask for it, actually. Yeah, to be fair, I didn't really take it consistently, but I did try melatonin and it didn't help me. It either made no difference, or it would make me, like, sleep in really, really badly, so I kind of just stopped bothering. Yeah, let's just go onto the runway from here. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire, 15.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, copy, warning 15 kilometers.
Overlord, Pig 1-1, set tripwire 50.
Pig 1-1, Overlord, copy, warning 15 kilometers.
I was trying to bomb Heinz mid-flight with a toilet, yeah. Absolutely. There's the stuff of kings right there. Oh, that crosswind, Jesus. That was a bit vicious. I forgot that there was a crosswind. I will not be forgetting that again in a hurry. Holy crap. Did I turn my lighting on? Yeah, I did.
Overlord, Melon 1-1, set tripwire 15.
Melon 1-1, Overlord, copy, warning 15 kilometers.
Necessary to rotate that much? What do you mean on takeoff? Not really.
Pig 1-1, is the MiG-21 up my left wing? Okay.
So I usually try and hold about 10 degrees nose up pitch, not angle of attack, pitch, which is on here, but I just do it by eye, so I'm not usually that accurate. Sometimes I rotate more than others, like it's just, I'm not very consistent with my flying. So you'll hear me sometimes say, oh, that was a really clean takeoff. When you see me do a takeoff where I comment that, try and imitate what I do then. If I go, oh, that was a bit hairy, don't do what I do. That was definitely a hairy takeoff, partly because of the crosswind, which I didn't account for.
Overlord, Pig 1-1,
Smoke all MiG-19s if I had an F-100, yeah, good luck with that, considering they outperform the F-100 in virtually every single respect. The F-100 will outrun them, top speed-wise, but it won't out-accelerate them, won't out-turn them, won't out-climb them.
Pig 1-1.
It does have more missiles, depending on the variant.
700, beam southwest, Warthog. Snake 97, threat, Bra, 329, 15, 700, beam southwest, Warthog. Pig 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 329, 15, 700, beam southwest, Warthog. Pig 1-1, Overlord, 321, 1100, Warthog. Snake 97, merged, 322, 1100, Warthog. Melon 1-1, threat, Bra, 231, 15, 200, hot, begin.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Bra, 313, 4, 1300, flank south, Warthog.
Overlord, Snake 97, bogey dope.
325, 23, 1500, hot, Warthog. Stag 97, Overlord.
Overlord, Snake 97, bogey dope.
Snake 97, Overlord. Bra, 173, 11, 1300, drag southwest, Warthog. Circus 1-4, threat, Bra, 323, 15, 1300, hot, Warthog. Melon 1-1, merged, 100, 1300, begin.
Overlord, Pig 1-1, bogey dope.
Break, 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 Circus 1000, Warthog. Pig 1-1.
He's turned away from me. He doesn't know I'm here yet. He's about to know I'm here, though.
1000, Beam West, Warthog.
Splash. Oh, we got a second customer.
Over like Snake 97, poke it up.
Stag 97, Overlord. I could not find you on
Over
scope.
like Snake 97, poke it up.
Pig 1-1, threat, raw, 312, 15, 1400, hot, fast, Tiger 2. Circus 1-4, threat, raw, 325.
He doesn't see me yet.
1300.
He's gonna
hot,
fly into
fast,
it.
Tiger 2.
He flew into it.
Snake 97, Overlord, raw, 321, 20, 1300, hot, fast, Tiger 2.
I know. I think the A10 was reacting to
Circus
somebody else,
1-4,
though.
merged, 325, 1100, Tiger 2.
That was the guy I just killed. Overlord, Circus 1-4. Bogey dope.
1000, Tiger 2.
Maybe not.
Snake 97, threat, raw, 308, 15, 900, hot, fast, Tiger 2. Break, Snake 97, merged, 295, 600, Tiger 2.
Okay, I'm over the front line. That's
Circus
Sculpin's
1-4,
firing at me.
Overlord, raw, 136, 12, 600, drag southeast, Tiger 2. Pig 1-1, Overlord, raw, 164, 11, 1000, drag south, Tiger 2.
If he'd seen me, I would have. That's why I zoomed in to make sure he didn't launch on me.
Overlord, raw, 236, 30.
If I'd seen a launch, I would have rolled it and
Drag west,
dumped flares.
west, begin.
But because he didn't launch, I just committed to the attack.
Over like Snake 97, poke it up.
Snake 97, Overlord, raw, 243, 42, 3300, drag west, fast, begin.
Overlord, Circus 1-4. Bogey dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, raw, 258, 36, 2800, drag west, fast, begin.
West, interesting.
Overlord, Pig 1-1, negative, begins.
Pig 1-1, Overlord, raw, 310, 21, 500, beam northeast, Warthog.
Overlord, Pig 1-1, negative, begins.
Pig 1-1,
Think we're over the
Overlord,
front line.
raw,
Oh yes, we are.
19, 100,
Careful, because
beam
there's
east,
a fart
Warthog.
near there. We're gonna do what is not called a pro gamer move. We're going to avoid the far and not get shot by the air defense.
Pig 1-1, threat.
Yeah, I'm on Enigmas at the moment.
15,
Do not.
200, hot,
Trim's
Warthog.
running away from me again.
Over like Snake 97, poke it up.
Thrustmaster's trying to kill me.
Overlord, raw, 309, 20, 400, hot, Warthog.
Overlord, Pig 1-1, boogie up.
Pig 1-1, Overlord, raw, 014, 11, 400, beam east, Warthog.
Overlord, Circus 1-4. Bogey dope.
Snake 97, threat, raw, 325, 15, 400, beam east, Warthog. Circus 1-4, Overlord, raw, 355, 33, 400, beam east, Warthog.
Overlord, Phobia 77, set trip IR-15.
Sounds like we're intercepting them before they even reach the front line.
Snake 97, merged, 346,
Interesting.
600, Warthog. Pig 1-1, threat, raw, 304, 15, 2100, hot, Tiger 2. Focus 77, Overlord, copy. Warning 15 kilometers. Break, break, break. Pig 11, merged. 309, 2800, Tiger 2. Pig 11, Overlord, Ra, 3146, 2900, drag north, Tiger 2. Melon 11, threat, Ra, 004, 15, 700, beam east, Warthog. Pig 11, threat, Ra, 298, 15, 200, hot, Tiger 2.
Overlord, Pig 11, break it out, Tiger 2.
Jesus Christ. So channel 3, I think. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set triple IR-15. Just make sure it transfers across from one channel to the other. Is this even the right channel? Maybe it's not. It's 3 or 4. Okay, it's channel 4. That's the in-game.
Overlord, Melon 11, break it out.
Melon 11, Overlord, Ra, 0829, 300, drag northeast, Warthog.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Spark 11, merged, 271, 2600, Tiger 2.
Oh my fuck, it's so crowded.
Spark 11, threat, Ra, 269, 15, 700, beam north, Tiger 2. Circus 14, Overlord, Ra, 007, 24, 2900, beam southeast, Tiger 2.
Dogfight happening over there.
Spark 11, threat, Ra, 288, 15, 100, hot, audio jet. Spark 11, threat, Ra, 290, 15, 1900, hot, Tiger 2. Spark 11, merged, 287, 200, audio jet. Spark 11, merged, 283, 200, Tiger 2. Spark 11, merged, 280, 1800, Tiger 2.
Not actually sure what I'm chasing
Spark
here.
11, threat, Ra, 294, 15, 100,
So I can have
hot,
5
2 ship begin.
fighting someone else.
Overlord, Melon 11, break it out.
Dragon
we got
15, threat, Ra,
Yeah, we got him.
347, 10, 1200, flag southwest, Tiger 2. Melon 11, Overlord, Ra, 055,
Yeah, we did.
15, 2300, drag southeast, begin.
Didn't see explosion.
Dragon 15, merged, 339, 400, Tiger 2.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Circus 14, Overlord, Ra, 307, 11, 100, hot, 2 ship Tiger 2.
Oh fuck.
Dragon 15, threat, Ra, 301, 10, 1100, hot, 2 ship Tiger 2. Dragon 15, merged, 299.
Oh, now's not the
600,
time.
2 ship
Oh,
Tiger 2.
fucking. God damn it, I just lost my
Dragon
way.
15, threat, Ra, 303,
Fucking
10,
piece of
500,
shit stick.
hot, audio jet.
It just
2
started
ship
nose down trimming itself, so I yanked on the stick to
Dragon
pull out
15,
and ripped my own
merged,
leg off.
306, 500.
Thrustmaster fucking garbage. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. I'm gonna
Circus
get shot in the
14,
back by the
Overlord,
far.
Ra, 036, 300, drag east, begin.
Never, ever buy from Thrustmaster if you guys want some life advice.
Melon 11, Overlord, Ra, 143, 11, 1100.
He's gonna
beam
outrun me.
southwest, begin.
Maybe. No, it might make it. Yep, that made it. Oh shit, there's another one. Hello. See ya. That's an avio jet.
Melon Bra.
I'm out of here.
183, 10 of miles, vegan asphalt deck.
The thing is, Saber, like, if I got the stick, I'd either have to get the Constellation because I use it on a desktop, or I'd have to figure out some kind of mounting system, which I don't really have a way to do. Oh shit, I'm very low on fuel. I'm extremely low on fuel. Oh, fuck, I did not... Jesus, I'm having a dumpster fire today. That's released the nose gear. Oh, shit. And I'm about to overfly a FEB. See how quickly things can go from good to fucking absolutely fucked? I'm screwed here, I'm gonna die to the fucking Avengers. If I don't run out of fuel first. And now my nose wheel's stuck down. Fucking piece of shit stick, I swear to God, I'm never, like, they could make a fucking HOTAS that sucks your dick for you, I'm never buying Thrustmaster again. Cannot believe how much money I spent on this fucking thing for it to break like this. But yeah, maybe I will have to just pick up the Verpal stick as well. I'm gonna have to spend more money than I can afford, but whatever. I mean, it isn't worth the effort to repair it. Like, it's so fragile, it will probably break again anyway. And I don't want to spend more money, like, I don't want to turn this into a money sink. If it already doesn't work, I don't want to spend more money, get, like, another 6 months of use out of it, if that. Which is fucking ridiculous. We might make Sanaki. Maybe. I'm so pissed off, like... If that fucking wing break hadn't happened, I would have been fine. But that did happen because my stick is a piece of fucking garbage. No, you can't, Super, because the T50 grip is like a full 2 or 3 inches taller than the... Like, that's why you can't use it on the desk. It's too tall. Like, if I had the T50 grip on a desk, my hand level would be, like, up here. No, Saber, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I am not giving Thrustmaster any more money. VKB might be. I'm not sure how mixing peripherals will go, though.
Your engine's cut off, Lemon. I lost your on your radar.
Sanaki. Oh, we're not making Sanaki. Fuck my life, dude. It's a road base. We're not making that either. If the fucking nose wheel wasn't stuck down, we might. Yeah, I know, like, the thing is, my desk isn't really well designed for mounts, and the way that I have my set, like, I don't have space for any kind of complicated setup here, so... I don't know, dude. I'm just fucking pissed off, because this fucking bullshit has been making the game borderline unplayable for me for, like, 2 weeks now. And the MiG-21 seems to be really heavily affected by it. Like, it happens to every module, because it's an actual issue with the stick, but it seems to happen the most in the 21 for some reason. I guess just because I trim more in the 21. I hate this shit so much. It makes me so fucking angry. In case you couldn't tell, you know. In case you couldn't tell. Just absolutely infuriating. There goes the engine. Okay, which is the road base? No, there's no way. There's no way we make the road base. It's over there. I mean, I could theoretically belly land at it, and it would consider it as a safe landing, but I can't belly land because my fucking nose wheel's down. Let's try it. fuck it, let's try it. And the plane's gonna roll over on its back because the fucking missing wing. Well, it considers that a road-based landing, even though it shouldn't, really. Yeet. And that's a pilot death. Fucking... I just... like... it makes me so angry, dude. So angry. That was such a good fucking sortie up until that fucking happened. Look, there, it's stuck. It's stuck. I'm pulling it back now. I'm trying to back trim. See, it's not even back trimming, it's just going back to neutral. That's what happened. I'm forward trimming to try and unstick it, and it's just making it worse. There we go. That's what fucked me over. And... fucking piece of shit thing. I don't know how to fix it, other than buy a new hat. And the thing is as well, the way that Thrustmaster stuff's wired, it's all hot glued, like it's not just soldered, it's hot glued as well. So it's like really flimsy and shitty to work on. No, if I bind the trim to something else, it's gonna fuck my muscle memory up. It's gonna completely fuck my muscle memory up. I hate rebinding shit if I don't have to. Wish I had something a bit stronger than fucking tea to drink right now. We'll try another sortie, and if it fucks me again, I'm just gonna play Space Engineers. Or something else. Like, I'm not in the mood for this shit from fucking... not even from DCS, from my fucking stick. Now, in some level of fairness to Thrustmaster, I should note, I have put this thing through about 4,000 hours of use. 3,500 in DCS, probably like 500 in IL2. Actually, maybe 4,500, something like that. So it has seen heavy use. But still, that's unacceptable, honestly. It's unacceptable. We're going to take a 490, because we're pretty close to the front line. I underestimated how close I was to it. No, Saber, because if I change the fucking bind, first of all, I'm not going to remember I changed it. Second of all, it's going to fuck with my muscle memory. And third of all, I use that bind for other stuff in the 21. Like, trust me, it's not as simple as just rebind it forehead. If it was, then I would do it.
D10. Abdu merged 1A10, 1,000 feet.
Oh, he's giving measurements in fucking Imperial. No thanks. Not today. It's good to have GCIs, and it's good that people are, like, starting to learn to do it, but I'm already pissed off. I don't want to be coping with Imperial measurements. Man, that fucking sortie was going so well. So well. And that had to happen. Yeah, that's the thing, Saber. That's the thing. I'm going to train myself to use a completely fucked up input, so then when I get my new stick, I'm going to be all fucked up with that. Like, it's just... no. Like I said, if it was that simple, I would do it, but no, it's going to fuck me up even worse. Like, I'm already frustrated, I don't want to frustrate myself even more. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire 15.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, copy, warning 15 kilometers.
Thrustmaster internals are garbage tier, cheapest components possible. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's a good thing they finally have some competition. Maybe they'll unfuck themselves. I doubt it, though, at this rate. They really need to start putting some fucking effort in, because it's just, like, it's not fucking 1980-something anymore. You can't get away with using, like, 2-cent pots and selling the peripheral they're in for, like, fucking $500-600. It's just absurd. Absolutely absurd. I mean, if you're gonna use cheap components, at least have some decent build quality so they last a little longer. It is funny, though, to me, to see how many companies ride on their reputation well past the point that they shouldn't have one anymore. And people will still jump down your throat if you criticize them. Happens a lot. Oh, he had a bit of a sketchy takeoff. Made mine look positively professional. It's something you'll notice with novice MiG-21 guys. When they take off, they over-rotate and the plane does like a huge wobble. I mean, I did that last flight because I'm kind of fucked up today, but you don't want to do that. A lot of them rotate too early. I used to do it too when I was, you know, about 500 to 1,000 less hours into the MiG-21. I used to rotate at 280 instead of waiting for it to just lift itself. So I'm just letting her pick up herself, and look how much smoother that was. It's still a little bit crabby because of the crosswind, but you can see the massive improvement just from letting the aircraft rotate itself. You hold the stick about 3/4 back once you're above 200 kilometers an hour, and let her come off when she's ready. If you force the issue, the aircraft will not be happy with you. And when the MiG-21's not happy with you, you fucking well know about it. Do you know when the wheels pop if you're too fast? Somewhere around 350 or above 350. The other thing is, though, you don't have to brake that speed for the wheels to pop. If you over-rotate while you're heavily loaded, they'll pop as well. So, again, it's like you don't want to over-rotate, but you do want to be off the ground before about 350. Usually around 320 is when the aircraft will lift itself off, 300 to 320. When you're very lightly loaded, it'll come up at about 280, but don't force it to come up at 280. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Raw, 312, 51, 200, beam southwest, begin.
Good to be back in the 21 again after like a week of not playing. Despite the frustrations, it's just, this plane is so cozy. Even though there's a lot of stuff that's not quite right about it, or stuff that's, you know, it hasn't aged well, whatever, it's just so cozy. It's still my favourite module, and I think we'll see how the MiG-23 is. The MiG-23 is my favourite Cold War fighter. But we'll see if it ends up being my favourite module, if it can dethrone the MiG-21 from that spot. The Mirage runs a close second to this. 23 MF would be amazing. The nose-high ground stance and the long tail just looks so good on a 23. Oh, would you look at that? It sorted itself out pretty quickly there, at least. So sometimes it'll do it for like one blip of trim and then it'll stop, but sometimes it'll just hold itself, and even forward trimming won't stop it. Now the other thing is, if I had a force feedback stick, I could feel the stick pulling forwards as the trim stuck, as you would in the real aircraft. Like if you had somehow a runaway trim event in the real aircraft, you would feel it because the stick would go forwards. I might just have to like troll the forums or something, see if anyone's selling parts, because I'm not buying a part off Thrustmaster, they can go fuck themselves. But I'll see if anyone's selling a hat, maybe, and just use that to tide me over. I would like to replace a stick, but if I buy the Constellation now, the Constellation looks really nice, it's just more of a Space Sim oriented stick. Although that said, I think the Constellation actually has a proper thumb stick, whereas the T50 doesn't have a slew sensor. It should, by rights, because it's meant to be, you know, a Russian-style stick. It's meant to have the slew sensor on the thumb hat. But for whatever reason, I don't even think VKB do it. For some reason, even the Eastern Europe-based stick manufacturers still use 8-way hats, or 9-way hats, like it's a Western stick. That should be a slew sensor. And if I could be asked to get out of my seat and go grab my MiG-23 stick, you would see it is a slew sensor that falls under your thumb. It's a strain gauge. So it doesn't move. It's like, you know, the pressure-sensitive mouse on an old laptop? That's basically what it is. I'll avoid the FARP there. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Ra, 292. 200, hot, begin, Warthog.
Fuck, they're gonna drag me over air defense. No thanks.
283, 15, 200, hot, begin, Warthog.
Behind? Yeah,
Forward on
behind.
Apple 1171 13 kilometers.
Apple 11, Overlord, copy, warning 13 kilometers.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Ra, 270, 16, 200, hot, begin.
Oh, what a mess. What a mess.
Circus 1-4, merged, 268, 100, begin.
Frames are hurting a little. Oh yes, he's reacting. Excellent.
Overlord Apple 11 Dock.
Apple 11, Overlord, Ra, 294, 68, 500, beam southwest.
Can I aim today, please? Jesus.
Circus 1-4, threat, Ra, 246.
That was miserable.
15, 1,600, flank southeast, begin.
Oh my god. What is wrong with me today? I'm gonna use all my ammo for no hits here. Bro, just aim. Oh look, it's an air-to-air Viggen with 6 missiles. I thought those didn't exist, or so I'm told. There we go. Get fucked. Now is he gonna keep flying? Probably.
Circus 1-4. Threat. Bra.
Yep.
357. 15. 500. Flank southeast.
There's
Warthog.
that excellent heat blur damage model. No wings even. Oh, look at that, he's still maneuvering. Wow! That's some quality shit right there, guys, am I right? Fucking Christ almighty, I can't believe they still haven't fixed that. They said they did. That was a hit as well. He's missing a canard now. He's missing both canards and both wings.
Overlord, Apple 1-1, walkie talk.
Just take the L, bro. Just fucking eject.
Apple 1-1. Overlord. Bra. 302. 61. 500. Hot. Begin. Warthog.
Watch me get shot
Circus
down by
1-4.
this. Or
Merged.
third party, probably.
036. 500. Warthog.
A10's gonna third party me. I can't believe this shit, dude. Remember what I was saying about people riding their reputations for too long? If I ignore him and go for the... oh my god. Okay, other 21 will deal with him. Right, where's this A10? Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope, Warthog. He'll shoot me if I ignore him. We've still got fucking 2 missiles on board.
Bra. 058. 1. 200. Drag north. Warthog.
Plus, I've seen them summon missiles out of the fucking
Threat.
9th dimension.
15. 100. Hot. Audio jet.
Fuck. What was that bearing? Overlord Circus 1-4 Bogey Dope. Oh, fuck me. Yeah, there we go. That was him. That was fucking him. That was fucking him. He shot me. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, I think we're gonna call it for DCS. It's nice to show devs. They've seen it multiple times. They've seen it multiple times, and from people less aggressively, you know, pissed off at them than me. There have been multiple videos of it posted. There have been multiple threads made of it. Like, there's 3 threads about the Vegan's fucking damage model at last count from me. And they said that they did something about it several months ago, and it has literally not changed. It has not changed. The Vegan's damage model has been like that for 4 years, minimum. It was like that when I started playing DCS. 4 years, minimum. This is the state the Vegan's in. So when I first started playing DCS, there were a couple of months where the MiG-21 could fly with no wings. That was fixed. A couple months, right? It shouldn't take that long, but sometimes it does. I can understand that. So a couple months where the MiG-21 could fly without wings. It was fixed. The F5 can currently fly without wings. That'll probably be fixed at some point, not too far in the future. But the Vegan has been able to fly with literally no lift surfaces. Like, the F5 can't fly with no stabs. It'll just nose into the ground. The Vegan can fly with no wings, no canards, on fire in 3 different places. It does not care. It does not care. The only way to guarantee a Vegan kill is to pilot snipe it. Sometimes you'll hit them with a missile and they'll just nose over into the ground. You know why? Because you killed the pilot. But, like, that's fucked. That's just fucked. That's ridiculous. I'm done with DCS today. Like, fuck that. We're gonna go play something else. And people wonder why I criticize them so much. Like, fuck me.
About the Vegan's DM?
Yes, we are. Like, that is ridiculous. For a developer with that level of prestige, shall we call it, that level of community, you know, lining up to sing their praises, how has it been more than 4 years where the Vegan has consistently just shrugged off damage like that? I mean, it's not even like visual desync. Like, the F-15 will sometimes fly with a missing wing or whatever. Like, I get it. Visual desync happens. That's not visual desync. Like, I've had people in that situation where they were flying with no wings and no canards, dogfighting me, and they've told me afterwards that they didn't have wings on their screen either. That's not visual desync. That's not netcode. That's a fucked up damage model. And it's bizarre to me that of all the modules in the game, some of them have the same issue, some of them have historically had the same issue, but it always gets fixed. Of all the modules in the game, the Viggen is the only one that consistently flies with no wings. For over 4 years. Like, you've got to be fucking shitting me, dude. Like, come on. It cannot be that hard to fix the damage model. It cannot be that difficult. Like, there is no way that it's so hard for them to fix that they haven't been able to do it in fucking four plus years. Like, that's just obscene. Heatblower and Thrustmaster should swap roles. We get an invincible HOTAS into Viggen that can actually be broken. Yeah, fucking oath. Fucking oath. I'm salty as fuck over that. That's ridiculous. Like, the first flight pissed me off, but that is just... I cannot believe that. He was... like, maybe if I'd shot... Well, no. If I'd shot better, it wouldn't matter, because I shot him perfectly well and it didn't fucking matter. But, you know, like, I fucked up my initial shots, sure, but then I had him bang to rights. Like, he got outflown. There's no other way to put it. He got completely outflown. Like, there was no difference of skill there at all. There was a fucking broken module. Like, I don't mind when I get outskilled by somebody. It happens pretty often, right? I can take my L's and say I was beaten by a better player, or I'm flying bad, I know it, whatever. But, yeah, like, that shit, come the fuck on, dude. It'd be one thing... It'd be one thing if I overshot him as I shot his wing. Like, I've done that when I've been in the Viggen, back before I realized just how fucked up the module was. Like, people would shoot me, I'd lose a wing, they'd overshoot, and then, like, I'd still be assuming, oh, my plane's gonna fall out the sky, so I'd squeeze off a missile at them. And it would hit. I didn't overshoot him. I left him for somebody else to finish off, because I thought, you know what, this A-10's gonna third-party me if I don't. And lo and behold, the A-10 was nowhere to be fucking seen. It was the Viggen that killed me. Like, just... You've got to be kidding, dude. You got to be fucking kidding me. I thought Heat Blur was top-notch. Yeah, well, Heat Blur's marketing would give you that impression, and the DCS community would often give you that impression too, because the DCS community will not shut up about how amazing Heat Blur is. And then you actually look under the surface, and you realize that how many times the Viggen has been affected by game-breaking bugs. We're not even talking about the damage model at this point, we're not even talking about the flight model. The flight model's a whole other fucking train wreck. If you get out the Viggen's flight manual, like the actual AJ37 flight manual, AJ37, AJS37, there's no real performance difference between them. You know, aerodynamically, engine-wise, they're the same aircraft, the differences are all just system stuff. If you get out the charts for it, and compare it to the Viggen's performance in-game, and be fucking amazed as the in-game Viggen can reach speeds unheard of by manned aircraft at low altitude. Like, that's a whole other rant, which I've had multiple times, and which apparently strikes nerves when I do it. But that's a whole other thing. Not even talking about the flight model or the damage model. The amount of times the Viggen has caused crashes to desktop because something in the kneeboard was in a weird... Like, it used to be if you were in a server with somebody who had non-Latin standard characters in their name, the Viggen would crash when you open the kneeboard. There's an issue, I don't know if they fixed it, probably not, where if the Viggen's kneeboard file gets to a certain size, it will cause crashes to desktop when you open the kneeboard. That was the last round of major problems I had with the Viggen, was getting it to not crash me when I opened the kneeboard, because I had too many waypoints saved in it, because it auto-saves any waypoint that's put on the map when you're in a server. Not just your own, right? It'll save anything. It'll cache anything in there. So you end up with hundreds of waypoints that you never set, and you've got to go in and flush the folder out because it doesn't automatically do it. So that's an issue. The Viggen's weapon guidance is a whole other meme in itself. It's like the MiG-21, the weapon guidance is piggybacked off ancient code. So like, you know, I've spoken before about how the MiG-21's fixed beam and locking stuff for the Grom is basically like the Shkval in the Su-25. Like, the MiG-21's fixed beam is a fucking laser, as far as the game's concerned. It thinks it's a laser because it's using Su-25, or maybe not Su-25 code specifically, but it's using something similar. It behaves as if it's a laser rangefinder, or laser designator. And you can test this. You can get a friend to get in a Car 50, and then point your MiG-21 at it, and it will set off his laser warning receiver. Likewise, when you hit the brakes in the MiG-21 with the ASP in the air-to-ground mode, you'll notice as the nose dips toward the ground, even with the radar turned off, not on standby but off, you'll notice the reticle grows and shrinks because it's rangefinding. It's acting like the MiG-21 has an always-on laser rangefinder designator in the nose. The Viggen has something similar. So, those of you who don't have the Viggen, when you get killed and re-slot, a lot of the Viggen's weapons will despawn. So things like BK-90s, RB-15s, they despawn when you despawn. Which, you know, like, what the fuck? But then you actually find out why, and it's because it's acting like, I think Cobra actually brought this up recently because people were asking about it. It was coded basically as like a laser or something. So there's like a laser link between the Viggen and its weapon, and when the Viggen despawns, there's no link there for the weapon anymore, so the weapon despawns. Now I understand that's how they had to do things back in 2016 when the Viggen came out, 2017 maybe. I get it. Like, I don't want to shit on Heapler for that, because I get it. Everyone did janky shit back then, because they had to. The API didn't exist. But it's not 2016 or 2017 anymore. It's 2022. We have APIs for air-to-ground radar. We have APIs for fucking precision-guided weapons. We have APIs for shit like the JSOW. Like, you could do all this shit natively supported in DCS now and not have to do weird, janky fucking ass-backwards workarounds that break the game. I understand that the third-party devs, like, for most of these guys, Heapler included, but for most of the third-party devs, this isn't, like, paid full-time work for them. It's part-time work or a hobby or something like that. You know, this is like a side job for them. I get that. And I don't want to give the impression that I'm like, you know, how did you not fix this the day the API came out? I get it. Like, no one's going to do that. But you really need to look, and this goes for ED as well, to be honest. Like, I've said that before, long ago on the stream. You really need to kind of reach the point where you say, we need to stop adding shit, we need to stop making new, like, just freeze development on new modules for a little while, and unfuck the stuff we already have. Like, especially with shit like, you know, the fucking MiG-21's constant problems with its radar, its autopilot, the ASP. I did find some discrepancies between the acceleration at high altitude and the charts, but Dolphin said he's got some data from the Yugoslav Flight Test Center that shows that the charts are, like the Soviet charts, are not right, which doesn't make a lot of sense, but actually is not the first time I've heard of that happening. So I'm going to take his word for it. But yeah, like, I get that they need to keep money coming in to keep the third-party developers alive. He referred to the for one of the charts, but I don't know. Like, honestly, if the can accelerate that kind of speed, the BIS probably should as well, because the BIS is a fucking much more powerful aircraft, and the is probably just about as draggy. So, like, I get it. I get you've got to keep the money coming in the door, so you've got to develop new modules, but this is kind of, and I don't know how many of you seen Jabba's rant about DCS, where he was playing Stalker the other week, but he's right. Like, not just ED, but the third-party devs as well have kind of fucked themselves into this corner where they have to constantly be releasing new content to keep the lights on, but at the same time, every new thing they release, the core just gets neglected more and more and more, and it becomes more and more broken. Like, I don't... You know, I can understand Jabba's having issues with certain gameplay things, like the AI, for instance. Now, I haven't empirically tested it, but I feel like there's some slight changes happening to the AI. Maybe I'm just flying differently and they're reacting to that. I don't know. But, like, you know, for someone who plays a lot more single-player stuff or co-op stuff like Jabba's does, that's a huge issue. I get that totally. Like, I'm down with that. But because I play PvP, I can tolerate that. Like, the gameplay might be the same, but I'm always fighting different opponents, so it's not as, like, it doesn't grate on me as much. What I burn out from is what we just saw. Like, just obscene, fucking ridiculous bugs that should not exist, but they do. Like, really, I think the third parties, at least the ones with a lot of existing products, so Magnitude, Razbam actually have done this, so I'm gonna exclude Razbam from this because they're the only third party I can think of who's actually fucking done this. You know, for all the criticism they get. But Magnitude, Heat Blur, AvioDev or Aegis, whichever name they're using these days, this doesn't apply to them because they lovingly maintain their stuff. It doesn't break in the first place. But yeah, basically Magnitude, Heat Blur, I think are the two ones that really need to do some bug fixing, and I'm hoping they can fit it in somewhere, because like maybe after the next round of releases, so you know, either well, see, Magnitude's got a couple of things in the pipeline, so it kind of complicates it even more for them, and they're a very small team, but I want to see the MiG-21 get patched up. Like, I want that jet to be as good as it can be. It's already, as I said, my favorite module, but it could be a lot better with a little bit of work. And I know that they're kind of pinched for time and resources, and they're a small team, but I really hope that the MiG-21 sees a rework soon. Maybe after the F4U comes out or something, depending how far along the Crusader is. As for Heat Blur, I mean, those of you who have seen me speaking about it before will know my opinion of the Phantom's projected 2022 release date. That ain't happening. That ain't happening, bro. If it does, I'll be stunned. Because, I mean, who else remembers 2017 No Exceptions for the Tomcat? You'll remember 2017 No Exceptions? I sure as fuck remember that. Who else remembers the release dates that were given for the F-14A that slipped repeatedly? The Forrestal that slipped repeatedly. Like, I know Cobra said, oh, I wouldn't give a release date if I wasn't sure, but man, come on. Come on. We know you're not that good with release dates. Don't do that to yourself, man. Don't put yourself under the pump by giving a fucking date. Just say it'll be done when it's done. Like, I kind of feel like with Heat Blur especially, they're a victim of their own success because the people have such high expectations from them, and they keep doing this. They keep giving release dates that are way too optimistic. Like, bro, just don't give release dates. Just say, look, fuck you. We'll finish it when we finish it. Quit whining. Go learn to fly the Tomcat properly, because that thing's been out how many fucking years and you all still don't know how to fucking fly it right. Go play the Tomcat for a bit. Like, you know, if I was them, that's what I would do. I'd just tell people, like, fuck you, I'm not giving you a release date. Just don't hype yourself into a frenzy. It'll be done when it's done. But I don't think the Phantom's coming out this year. I'll be impressed if it does. If it does, I'll be worried. Like, legit, I'll be worried if it does. I don't know how many of you read the video description for their teaser, but they did make note that the Phantom teaser was done using some assets from Milviz, which was very nice of Milviz to help them out with that. So that makes me wonder if either they're doing some kind of joint development venture with Milviz, which would actually be quite interesting, and that might explain why the timeline's been accelerated up like that, or it just means that they're like, fuck, our shit's not done. I think Cobra used to work with Milviz, I've heard. I could be wrong on that. So maybe he was like, hey bud, I need to borrow like some I think it was the animations for the afterburners. Don't know what else. But that whole thing was not rendered in-game except for maybe 1 or 2 short sequences. That was like Unreal Engine or something they used to animate it. So like if you're not giving me... Like you guys that have seen the Mirage F1 trailer, that to me says release date this year. We all kind of expected it by now, but from what I can kind of intuit, they're just taking the extra time to fill out the radar and the weapon systems, which is good because I'm kind of hoping that after what happened with the Mirage 2000, everyone's looked at that and gone, oh fuck, we need to seriously raise the bar for our radar simulation now to match that. That's what I'm hoping has happened, is that AirJazz have just gone like full fucking Spurg mode on the radar, and that's what's holding it up. But yeah, like, that was an in-game trailer. That was all in-game trailer. There was a lot of cockpit shots. Like, there was no fancy camera angles to hide shit. You saw everything in that plane, from the inside and the outside. That tells me that's coming this year. The Phantom trailer, that tells me it might be coming in the next 5 years? Maybe? I don't know. I can't gauge how complete that module is because I didn't fucking see that module. Hey Grumps, cheers for the follow. Yeah, Steve, you guessed it. You guessed it in one. I shot off both wings, and he kept flying. Like, when I shot off the one wing, and he didn't immediately tumble out of control or eject, I was like, oh no, it's going to be one of these. Shot off the second wing, still flying. Shot off a canard, still flying. Shot off the other canard, stitched a line of rounds down the fucking spine of the plane, still flying. Like, oh my god, dude. Archer! Man, you have some timing there. Cheers for the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream. Hope it went better than mine's been going so far. I'm having a dumpster fire. Welcome, everybody. We're having a bit of a scuffed just chatting session at the moment because I need some time to decompress after 2 extremely frustrating sorties. One of which was prematurely ended by Thrustmaster build quality, and the second one is prematurely ended by heat blur damage model quality. Yeah, Steve, like, that's the thing. I would be a lot less critical if they weren't hyped to oblivion by the community. Ripley had some issues today that were... It must be that kind of day. But yeah, like, if they weren't hyped to oblivion and lorded over every other fucking... Like, that's the thing that offends me, is that people use heat blur to shit on other devs. Like, that's not on. That really is not on, in my opinion. And so I kind of, like, normally I would try not to be too aggressive in my criticism, but at that point, like, it's not personal. I don't want them to get the idea that it is personal, but if people are going to be using them to shit on other devs, I have no issues fucking taking them down a few pegs. Like, if that's what it takes to try and counterbalance this insane double standard that the community has, fuck it. You know, like, for all the shit Razbam catch, some of it rightly so, particularly in the past, but for all the shit Razbam catch, as I said before, the only fucking third party with more than one released module who has really done serious reworking is Razbam. Like, look at the Mirage 2000, it is a completely different plane. It is completely different. The only thing they haven't reworked is the art, like the exterior art. They've redone the interior art, they've redone all of the code. Like, everything. They've redone the flight model, they've redone the fucking weapon systems, they've redone the radar, they've redone the INS, they've redone everything in that jet. Completely. Oh, you just missed some fucking Swede posting, Brant. I just got shot down by a fucking Swedish UFO. Hence the rant. But yeah, like, that's the thing. Razbam often, again, like in the past, I don't know how they're going to go with the Mud Hen. I'm hoping they've learnt, and that's why the Mud Hen's taking so long. But Razbam had a history of rushing stuff, and it would come out really buggy and not modeled right, and it would cause this massive ass hurt in the community. Fairly, you know, rightly so. But given time, they've gone back and they've unfucked it. Like, they have massively improved the Mirage, they've massively improved the Harrier, they've improved the MiG-19. There's still some stuff to go on that, but it's getting there. Like, the flight model change alone was a huge benefit to it, and the flight model's still being worked on, like the inertia changes, for instance. So they get there in the end. Like, they do get there in the end, and by the time they get there, the quality is actually quite high. Now, could they still do a little better in some aspects? Yeah, of course they could. Everyone could. But for all the shit they catch, like, they're the only dev that has actually put that much time and effort into overhauling an existing product. And it's not like they have a bigger team either. Like, it's slowly expanding now, but it's not like they have a huge team and every other dev has a tiny one. Magnitude's a very small team. They always have been. Even before Heatblur split off from them, they were a small team. But Magnitude's a small team. Heatblur, I think, have actually picked up people since they got all the, you know, whatever the fuck happened. Where they, well, no. They lost some people because they went off to Meta, or whatever it's called. The fucking one that I confuse with Facebook all the time. They lost some people to that, which is kind of funny. It's like, yeah, who didn't see that coming? But they picked up some since, I think. So it's not like they're a particularly small team either. Like, it's just, I don't know, dude. I don't know. Make this up to me by getting into the funny... Brant, I got into a merge with it in my MiG-21. So, like, just to recap for the people that came in with Archer as well, the reason I'm so fucking tilted today. I hopped on Enigma's server, my frame rate was in the tank, I shot down, I think, an A10 and maneuver killed an F5, decided, fuck it, the server's about to restart, I'm going to restart my PC. So we already had to do a PC restart midstream, which I hate doing. I come back in, oh, DCS is running fine now, praise be. Get the MiG-21, I'm having an amazing sortie. Every one of my missiles has killed something, and I'm just about to get my last kill before I go home. And then my, so I've been having an issue with my Warthog, my stick, where it trims fully nose forwards, just randomly, like no input from me, it just goes, fuck it, I'm sending you into the dirt today, and fully nose down trims, and I can't stop it. That happened as I was diving on somebody, so my MiG-21 just tried to faceplant, and as an instant reaction when I realized what was happening, I reefed back on the stick. I happened to be doing about 1,000 kilometers an hour as this happened, so the ARU couldn't save me, and I ripped my left wing off. So I'm now in a one-winged, well, 1.5 winged MiG-21 in a merge with an F5 and I think a Viggen as well. I don't even remember, there was a bunch of shit there. That's also fully nose down trimmed. So I was not impressed with that. I managed to get the kill, and I was on my way home when I realized I had no fuel. Probably lost a fair amount of it when the wing tore in half. So I tried to land it on a road, but in my fumbling, I'd accidentally, instead of jettisoning my weapon pylons, I'd accidentally hit the nose wheel release. So that red pull-out handle behind the stick in the MiG-21 drops your nose gear. That's the emergency release of the nose gear. So I'm now flying in an aircraft with 80 litres of fuel. The nose wheel is stuck down. I've got half my left wing just gone. My stick keeps trimming full nose. Like, it was a shit show, dude. It was an absolute fucking shit show. Like, holy fuck. It was so bad. I'm gonna... You know, I'll put the camera back on. It was fucked. So, I'm like, oh, there's my engine died because I ran out of fuel. Couldn't make Sanaki. If my nose gear hadn't been stuck down, I could have made Sanaki, but the drag fucked me. So I'm like, okay, well, there's a road base here. So I try and land at the road base, but I can't make the turn because I'm already too slow. So I'm like, I'm going to land diagonally across the snow. I'm going to pray I don't flip onto my back and that I'm close enough to the road base that it counts as a landing. Well, I did land, but because the nose wheel was stuck down, I rolled over on my back, of course, as you do. This is why you land wheels up if you're not landing on a prepared runway, by the way. The official MiG-21 procedure is actually to drop the nose wheel and the air brakes and ride on the air brakes, but in DCS that tends to roll you over, so I just use the air brakes. But I was too slow, so I couldn't use the air brakes in this situation. Like, it's just... it's so bad. I rolled over on my side, the plane's on fire. If I don't... well, I could have just deslotted, I guess, but... when the plane's on fire, you have about 10 seconds to get the fuck out of it. So I ejected sideways into the dirt and, like, became strawberry jam. So anyway, I respawn for my second sortie. I get up in the air, I find an oblivious A10, send him an R3R. I find an oblivious F5, send him an R3R. It's all going beautifully well. And then I get into a merge with a Vigan. I'm like, oh, I can actually see where, like, this is a perfect merge. I can see where he is. He doesn't appear fully aware of me. Like, this is a brilliant setup. And then I get him behind him, and your boy forgets how to aim. And so I just watch the stream of red and yellow traces arc behind his tail repeatedly because I'm panicking at this point because, like, I don't know, my brain's in chimp mode today. I'm just missing behind his tail by like 6 inches every burst. I finally walk my shots up his wing and his wing falls off. I'm like, finally. And then I notice he's still turning. I'm like, oh no. No, now is not the time for heat blur. So I shoot his other wing off. He's still flying. He's maneuvering near stall speed, mind you. Like, I've got my takeoff flaps out. I'm massaging the throttle, trying not to drop out the sky. Like, I'm actually doing a really good job of it. I didn't wobble once. Like, I was doing the kind of low-speed flying I wish that I could still do every day. The kind of shit I used to do back in the old days. But he's hanging with me with no wings. It's like, oh my fucking god. So I have to try and stitch bullets through his fucking cockpit to pilot kill him, but I can't because I'm not that accurate today, apparently. So I shoot off his left canard because I missed his cockpit. So he's got one canard in his tail fin, and that's it. He's still maneuvering with it. And I'm like, fuck you, my dude, I'm gonna shoot off your other canard. So I do. He's now a fuselage with a tail, and he's still outmaneuvering my MiG-21. I'm just like, oh my god. And at this point I'm merged with an A-10 and with a C-101. So if he doesn't kill me, one of them will. I see another MiG-21 come blazing in towards me, so I'm like, right, that MiG-21 can finish him. I'm done with this shit. Turn my back on him to go find the A-10, and exactly as I predicted, as soon as I turn my back on him, he hauls his nose around with no wings, no canards, and fires a fucking RB-24, probably off one of his fuselage pylons. I'm gonna have to go look at the track file later. I hope it was off his fuselage pylon, otherwise it would have meant I got killed by a fucking ghost missile off his invisible wing. That does happen, by the way. I have seen it happen before. So yeah, we're having a normal one here. We're having a normal one. Surprised the Vigan didn't stall his engine. He probably did, but if you, like, you can compressor stall it, but if you back off, it's fine. So, what some people have taken to doing, and sometimes I do it as well when I'm capable of doing it, like when I'm flying at this level on this particular day, you pull it until it gives you a bang, and then you let off. Pull it till it gives you a bang, let off. And so you kind of ratchet your way around the circle. I mean, you shouldn't be doing it, it's a bad idea, but you can. Love for the Mirage 2000 scene Razvan playing since the yeah, like, I just wish there were more servers where the Mirage is really able to perform at its best. You know, where you're not getting AIM-120s and SD-10s chucked at you all the time. You can still fight those missiles in the Mirage, it's just harder to do, but the Mirage 2000 now is so good. Like, today, I died because I mismanaged my radar. I died because somebody was jamming me in close combat, and I couldn't, like, I visually lost him and I was over-reliant on my radar, and the radar dropped lock because he was jamming me. Like, this is shit that only affects the Mirage. It should affect every single plane in the game, but it only affects the Mirage. But you know what? Like, that just says that there's a level of care there that doesn't exist anywhere else to me. Like, it's not a balance issue, or, oh, they should, no, it's unfair against the Mirage now. No, every module should be at that level now. Now that the bar's been raised by the Mirage, every module should be at that level. Thing with servers really crapping the bed lately, FPS-wise. Yeah, I think partly it was my computer as well. I've heard of people having issues specifically with the Vivian. I think that there might be something hokey with that frame rate wise, because I've heard of people complaining about it. But yeah, like I had to restart my PC and it started running better, but still not great. 345th may be a comedy of errors, but at least we don't trust him with $50 million plane. Yeah, true. A very food question. Very food question, huh? stop making me hungry. Because I can either spend a bunch of money on a good stick, track, IR, and pedals, or a really neat rifle I've been eyeing for the past year. Ooh. That is a difficult one. That is a difficult one. And in both cases, the prices are only going to get worse for both of those things, given the current state of the world. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't know. The thing is, like, how much are you going to use either one? How much, even if you have, like, really Gucci high-end sim gear, are you going to use it? Because there are so many guys in DCS, and this isn't the payout on them, like, you do you. But, there are so many guys who play DCS, and they spend thousands on, like, full-on sim pits and shit, and they play the game maybe, like, 3 hours a week. Why? Like, I mean, I get that's what they enjoy, and more power to them, but, like, to me, that doesn't make a lot of sense. If I was in that position, I'd just spend the money on something else. Lost 15 FPS from my average FPS. I haven't noticed a big difference because my new PC actually runs the game pretty well, usually. Matryoshka is usually the sort of canary in a coal mine for our little group. If something pisses Matryoshka off, it means that they fucked something up in the patch. A couple patches ago, he found out that if you turned your shadow settings up higher, it would run better somehow on a low-end PC. Very bizarre. Still use a 16 to 17-year-old $30 joystick. I wish I still had my old force feedback joystick. I really wish I still had it. The motors were burnt out, but you know what? If I'd known how hard it is to get force feedback these days without selling a kidney, and how important it is in DCS, I would have just replaced the motors. Like, I wouldn't have bought the X52 to replace it. I wouldn't have bought the fucking Warthog to replace the X52. I would have just stuck with that original stick and then bought like a fucking decent throttle. Makes you feel better. We played a lot of Engine Starting Simulator 2022 today. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know, dude. Like, I don't even think it's that happened. I think it's that it happened twice in a row, like the first one of the joystick, then with the Vigan. I had 2 dumpster fires in a row in the middle of really good sorties. If I was having shit sorties, it would be less annoying. But I was having 2 really good sorties when it happened. It just... angry. Anyway, I think it's time that we do something significantly less stressful, so I'm just gonna fire up fucking Space Engineers. Hey, Dub. Have you seen Nebulous? I saw that Max posted some screenshots from it. Looked pretty good. Hang on, I need to change my stream title and game. There we go. I think that name is more appropriate for my current mood. Let's see, something cool. Sent you a Discord DM, new toy. Give me a second to open Discord. And give me a second to open that in the Steam browser so I don't open my actual browser and blow my PC up. Hang on. To take on Russia's move with Donbass and all that stuff, I don't think there's going to be a big, full-scale, scary invasion like people are making out. I think they will basically do what they have been doing, which is they will test the waters and see how much they can get away with before there's pushback, and they will, like, the thing where now that they've recognized the DPR and the LPR, they're going to send troops in under the guise of peacekeeping and basically occupy them. And then they already know that the West is going to say, well, technically they're just occupying territory they already hold, so no, we won't do anything about it. It doesn't make a lot of sense economically, militarily, or politically for Russia to do a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. They're already not popular with a lot of the Ukrainian population. I don't understand why they would want to basically Afghanistan Mark II or Vietnam themselves in Ukraine. As it is, the war in Ukraine only benefits one person, which is Mr. Putin. You know, Russia doesn't gain anything from controlling part of Ukraine, really. Ukraine certainly doesn't fucking gain anything from it. Nobody's winning here except Putin, so I don't think there's going to be a large-scale ground invasion like people think there is. I just think over the course of the next few years they'll probably sort of peek and poke and try for what they can get, and nibble off bits where they can, and eventually try and link up with Crimea overland. Like, that would be the most sensible thing for them to do, is try and move down the coast towards linking up with Crimea, so then Ukraine can't cut Crimea off for power and water. So if anything, that's probably what they will do. If you can hear that disconnect sound, that's also my mouse dying. I think the cable's frayed, so we're having a great one today. Let's have a look at this. Helicopter flight simulator controls partially assembled. Oh shit, nice, dude. Very nice. You're gonna have a lot of fun in the Huey with that, I think. That's awesome. Free? Free? Holy shit. Want to join game? We'll go check out Enigma's server on here and make sure nobody's blown up the base again. And then depending what's happening on there, we might hop offline and I'll show you guys some of what I've been working on. Liking Nebulous, heavy focus on recon and electronic warfare. Ooh, sounds nice. Done some more work for campaign. Check Discord for screenshot. You guys! Let me have a look. Oh, fuck. I like that. That's a cozy little position right there. Very cozy. I'm looking forward to the campaign quite a bit. Even before Ross, the Russian spy. I fucking... I wish I was that important in the world, my dude. I wish I had that kind of fucking influence. No, I just... Look, you gotta look at it from the standpoint that makes the most sense. And a big full-scale invasion of Ukraine doesn't make any fucking sense for the Russians. Maybe you do. Doubt it. Okay, has anything visibly exploded? The game's stuttering here and there. I think that might just be... Oh, shit, hello. I think that might just be netcoding issues. It seems like Space Engineers are struggling with netcode again. For a couple of years, they really fixed it. Like, they put a lot of effort into unfucking the netcode. It's still better now than it used to be when I played originally, but it feels like it's a little stuttery again for me. You're gonna... Oh, bounce myself off the... Whoa, hey! Jesus. Yeah, netcode. It's a wolf. Because we're on the Earth-like planet, and the wolves will fuck you up. Okay, so my little worker ship up there is... Oh, someone's building a... Oh, okay. That's what he was talking about. My little worker ship's still up there, which is good to see. Nobody's blown it up. I nearly blew it up the other day because I ran out of fuel while I was building something. No, you can't turn them into pets like Minecraft. Not yet, anyway. Maybe one day. I don't even see where it went. I'm gonna go grab some health while I can, and it's probably gonna chase me in here. Yeah, they have, Brent. It looks amazing now. Like, when you see a sunrise or a sunset on here, it's just gorgeous. Now, to be fair, we are running an atmosphere mod as well that kind of changes the way the atmosphere handles light. But yeah, it's awesome. I kind of... Look. Oh, look, it's the little automated miner coming back. I did like the Minecraft graphics because they were, like, it was internally consistent and it kind of fit well with how cartoony the game was at the time, but yeah, like, the better graphical fidelity now, it looks really nice. It was just when it was kind of in the transitionary phase between the two that I wasn't sure. Can I aim, please? I'm nearly out of ammo for this thing. Pet wolf or riot. If I pet the wolf, it's gonna pet me with its teeth. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If I could make them into pets, I would, trust me. I need to refill that. I need to get rid of some of this crap as well. Put like 30 of them there, so I'll keep a small stock of stuff in my inventory, so I can repair stuff if I need to, or build stuff if I need to. It's not how you gain influence, I know. So, I'm probably going to have to scrap it and start over because it doesn't work right with the projector where I've got it placed, but who can guess what this is going to be? Whoop, if I can climb on top of it. Who can guess what this is going to be? We were getting slapped around by Reavers, which are very aggressive AI, and they were wrecking our base. They did wreck our moon base, at least partially, until Logan deleted it. But they started harassing us here as well, every now and then. So I'm going to build the Pro Gamer Memorial Air Defense System, or PG MADS for short, and use that to defend our base. But it uses script-based missiles, so I'm going to have to figure out how to do it through the projector, because the projector can't project across two grids. So the hull is one grid, and then the launcher is a subgrid, and then the missiles are a further subgrid of that. So I'm going to have to build each component individually, I think. So what I might do is I'll later on maybe go into single player and actually look at how it's done and write myself some notes, and then build it by hand. Or get some screenshots or something, build it by hand in here. So I've still got the hull laid down. I'm probably going to have to rebuild it though, so it's the wheels will spawn in because it's too close to the ground at the moment. But we'll have a chat roll. Then this is my little... I had to place another rotor to repair that turret over there. Which you can't see, but there's a turret on the other side of that miner. And so this is my shitty little donkey ship I put together in like 30 seconds just to build it. I don't know why nobody's ground it down yet. It's useless. This is a tug I threw together the other day. So remember how I said there was an incident with my construction ship? I built this to try and unfuck it. This is a very Ross moment, right? So I had Polyot building, or repairing actually, is repairing my fighter over there. And Polyot is mixed propulsion. It's hydrogen, because I want it to be both space and atmospheric, but I forgot to account for the fact it gets very heavy when it's full of components. So I added all these atmospheric thrusters to stop it from just falling out the sky, because the hydrogen thrusters can't keep up. So it's dual propulsion. Well, I got distracted by something else and left it unattended sitting above the fighter, and it ran out of hydrogen. Or actually, no, it didn't even run out of hydrogen, sorry. What happened was the batteries automatically switched into recharge mode. and then that caused the atmospheric thrusters to cut out, which then caused it to slowly descend. It didn't fall, but it like slowly started settling. It missed the fighter, thankfully, but it bounced off this corner and then got stuck on this ledge right here. Like, it literally was 2/3 over the ledge, just hanging there. And then it ran out of fuel, so it was just precariously balanced on there. And so I was like, I need to fix this. So the obvious solution that an intelligent human being would do is I should have just built on some external plumbing to an oxygen-hydrogen splitter, and then just stuck some ice in it and left it for 20 minutes and come back to it. Well, not even 20 minutes, like 2 minutes would have been enough to get it to the connector. I didn't do that because I'm a fucking puzzle piece. And so instead I spent about 2 hours, 3 hours, I thought it was less than that, but it was actually like nearly 3 hours, putting this thing together. And then even this didn't do its job properly because I didn't have enough thrusters on the sides. So to angle it to pick up Polyot, which was sitting precariously balanced, as I said, I had to tilt this thing, and as soon as I tilted this thing, it no longer had enough thrust to stay airborne itself, so it started sliding sideways. Long story short, I spent 3 hours to make the problem worse. I nearly made Polyot fall off there, which would have wrecked it. It was like, it was teetering by the time I aborted with the fucking tug. So I nearly smashed it doing that. And then this thing was like untenable, so I just brought this over and landed. Then I did the 2-minute fix I should have done in the first place, and it worked. I just waited for the ship to fill up with enough hydrogen to move it to the connector, put it on the connector, ground off the temporary rig, and problem solved. So there you go. Holy fuck, I'm a dumbass. But yeah, so that's the chaparrals that's going to be built. This thing, I can't be bothered to grind it up now, but I probably will later because it doesn't actually serve any purpose besides repairing the turrets. That's automated. That's fully automated. There's nobody in that. That's quite cool. It's just going to go off and do its thing. I don't know if it's bringing back much though. I think it's mining at the ironic hole, which is called that because it's full of iron. This thing is actually, like, it's still a piece of shit and it's ugly as sin, but it kind of works now because I added some more thrusters, and also a solar panel and a shit ton of batteries, because it turns out we have a uranium shortage down here. So I did actually use this. It redeemed itself. I did use this thing to rescue Vic's Zamboni. The Zamboni fell in a hole and it couldn't get out. That hole right there, to be specific. So I used the tug to pull it out. Need a grinder pit? We do, actually. So we have a mod that Logan insisted on adding, and opinions are split whether we should get rid of it or not. I'm personally not a huge fan, but I can live with it. It's the nanite build and repair system, which is this thing. And so it's set at the moment so that it only works on stuff connected to the same grid, so either the base itself or things that are connected to the base through connector tubes. But that will automatically weld or grind, depending on settings, anything that's within its radius of effect. So we have that, and that's mostly what's been used to tear down ships. Now here, we don't have any ships that we've captured to tear down, because all of the planetary ships have fucking jetpack inhibitors. I don't know if that was added by a mod, I think it was, or if that's default behavior, but basically we can't get near any of the AI ships on the planet without our jetpack cutting out and us dying, which is fucking... like, I'm not a fan of the jetpack inhibitors, to be honest. Like, having some way of defending itself against us, sure, but not that. Anyway, so we haven't been able to jack any ships because everything planetary is unobtainable to us. And then everything orbital is out of reach, because to fly up there takes basically all your... like, if I carry a hydrogen tank and go up to space, I'll have enough hydrogen to get there and back, but I'll run out of suit charge. Even if I charge my suit fully before I leave, I'll run out of suit charge. So I tried it earlier to try and grab some uranium. It didn't go well. Know nothing about this game? Well, you should get it, because it's really good. This game, I actually underestimated how long it's been out. It came out at I think it was like the end of 2013 it went into beta. And it's been constantly developed ever since. This game has been in constant development for fucking nearly 9 years. And I'm talking like good development too. Like every patch, especially when it was still early development, every patch was either huge improvement to netcode, whole new features. Like this game and Kerbal Space Program, ironically both space games where you build shit. This and KSP are the two absolute shining fucking holy beacons of how to do early access and not fuck it up. Like they are probably the only two early access games I would say were actually done well as early access. Is Clang fixed? No! Clang will still visit you if you do the right, if you do certain things. In fact, I'm very worried we're going to have a visit from Clang because Logan has discovered how to use gravity to propel himself. For those who were following the narrative of our little base last time, Logan is the one who deleted it. Everything Logan does somehow turns into a fucking world-ending disaster. And so every time he says he has an idea or posts he's going to do something in the Discord, the rest of us all have a fucking heart attack. Because every time Logan does something, it ends horribly. But yeah, no, Clang still exists. It's both. It's whatever you want it to be. Like, it's literally whatever you want it to be, Josh. So all this, like, that miner is controlled by a scripted autopilot that was programmed by, well, I think it was pulled off the workshop, so it was programmed by somebody else. But, yeah, that's flying completely uncontrolled. Nobody's controlling that, it's just autonomous. Completely autonomous. It knows where to go, it knows where to dock, it knows what to look for, it's really cool. The other stuff, so you see these, like that, the defense installation, that's AI. You'll see every now and then a message in chat about a cargo ship or something. Those are AI. There's, there's player faction, so if I open up the faction menu, I'm probably going to get eaten by a wolf while I do this, but we go to factions. So all of these except First Colony, which is us, all of these are AI factions. And these fuckers, the Reavers, they're really nasty, aggressive little shits. But, yeah, like, you can, if you want to do PvP, you can have people set up multiple factions and have, like, you can set relations, so you can make peace with people. Like, if I was faction leader, I would accept this, because, Dirt Merchant wants to drop us some supplies from orbit, but, like, yeah, you can have player factions, there's AI factions. It actually kind of tells you how the game works in terms of antagonism. Space spiders. This faction is actually what controls the planetary animals. So if you're on the alien planets, that's space spiders, some Starship Troopers shit. If you're on Earth-like planets, that's the wolves. So you'll notice when I shoot the wolves, my relation goes down with the space spiders, that's why. So it's... can you... Very topical, Seal, very topical. I mean, not officially through the game menu. Really good bug is a dead bug? Absolutely. Within the context of Space Engineers, I'm actually pretty chill with bugs in real life. But yeah, like, some of it's, like, because of the way that the AI works, it's kinda janky, but it's pretty impressive still. So there are also mods out which can spawn, like there's a zombie mod, Victims of Clang. It spawns in undead space engineers. There are mods that spawn in robots, like androids. There's all sorts of shit like that. Like, it's really, really cool. There's trade, so you can do trade either the old-fashioned way, or there's things like, there's vending machines and storefronts, so you can buy stuff using in-game currency. Not real money sort of trading in-game currency, but just in-game currency, which you can get from random drops, or you can trade resources to get the in-game currency to then trade with. So, like, it has an actual economy. And there's also, if you're into, like, if you're a fucking crypto spurg, there are mods that allow you to do crypto shit to get in-game currency. You know, if you really want to prove how fucking insufferable you are to every other player on the server. So yeah. particularly spiders and some flying insects in windows, but cockroaches are getting their share of bioweapons. I used to be okay with cockroaches until I watched Mouse Hunt as a kid. The restaurant scene in Mouse Hunt ruined cockroaches. Like, I used to think they were quite cool. I mean, they still are quite cool. They're just, like, I can't handle them anymore. Specifically the, ew, a cockroach, you ate its head, and then he vomits and has a heart attack and dies. That scene fucked me up for life. Like, I have an actual phobia of cockroaches now because of that fucking movie. Yeah, but stuff like spiders or other bugs, I'll either leave them where they are, as long as they're not where I'm going to tread on them, I don't care, or I'll take them outside. So like most spiders, I just leave them wherever they are because they'll deal with anything else that comes in. If it's something big like a huntsman that has a habit of getting where I'll step on it, then I'll take it outside. Cat only chases them and intimidates them by staring but never touches them. Yeah, my cat wouldn't do that. My cat is an absolute fucking killer. He's getting pretty old though. So my parents, because my cat lives at the farm with my parents, I don't have pets here. I could technically keep pets here, I think, but I'm also highly allergic to cats as much as I love them. So he lives with my parents. But he's like 14 or 15 years old. He's a real killer, that one. But my parents got a pair of kittens because Porter will not leave the shed he lives in, and he lives on the other side of the what was run as one property, but it was sold recently, and so the next door neighbors have adopted him now, and my parents have got a pair of kittens to stay at the house that they live in now. Yeah, the Zamboni needs some redesigning, so he keeps high centering himself. I think probably what he needs to do is put pistons on the drills. Whoop! Fucking hell. Jump scare. Pistons on the drills and or on the rear suspension so he can raise and lower it at will. See, the AI they'll chase you and they'll run away when they take a certain amount of damage, but they're not super smart. If I just go into my jetpack and stop hovering, they'll stay there and look at me. I need to craft some more ammo for this, but I don't know if we have any magnesium, because I think the autonomous miners keep going back to the ironic hole. They're not going to the magnesium hole. Yeah, not all cats hunt. Some of them are like absolute psychopaths, like mine, and some of them won't hunt even if you put a fucking mouse in front of them. Oh, he's built a little access hole here. Oh, this is the access. So he's got a... This is how you do large grid to small grid. So he was using this as a shipbuilding rig, but he's repurposed it into a computer room, like a little control room. And then a rover here, which he's going to use to escape to the desert so he's away from all us insufferable fuckwits. That's Svict, who is our resident scripter. He's done like a bunch of inventory... Well, he's implemented a bunch of inventory scripts for us, because he knows how they work. So we can see there, we've actually got the auto-crafting, the inventory system, so we can see how much we've got of different components down here in all of our base, and it auto-sorts it into individual crates as well, so each crate holds a different kind of thing. And then we got this cool little computer room. And then a sim pit. Can't escape the Swede posting even in this. Even does hunt, but he has no idea to do with prey once he catches it. I've heard of a few cats that are like that, yeah. Mine definitely knows what to do with it, unfortunately for everything else. And then I think Logan built this, but I don't know if he built it like himself from scratch or if he got the design from the workshop. I think he got the design from the workshop, because what I've seen of Logan's shipbuilding, this is not what I would expect from him, put it that way. And then it's got the little display screens there. It's quite cool. There is actually, and I'll probably build one at some point, there's a Maz, like a Maz Prime Mover on the workshop, so I might build one and put like a construction crane or something on it. Here's our cryo chambers, so when you disconnect, you can pop in a cryo chamber. It'll save all your inventory, save what you've got selected on your quick access bar and stuff. Here's one of our auto miners. This one's recharging, it looks like. And here's the other one. Probably transfer. Actually, that might be recharging as well. That one's decharged and that one's recharging. I wonder if I need to manually tell it to switch to recharge mode. Batteries. Which miner though? Okay, this one. And it's got some on a subgrid, which is interesting. Okay, it's on auto. We'll just leave it on auto charge mode. It should take care of itself. Previous cat Cuckoo was an absolute killer. He didn't mess around, just caught, killed, and usually ate. Yeah, he probably would have been a street cat when he was younger then. Ours were half feral anyway. Their mum was the neighbour's cat and their dad was a feral, so they were born under the old shearing shed. So they were hunting ever since they were able to, basically. So this is my little construction vehicle. This is Polyot. It's based on... So it's... I can actually show you guys if I go downstairs. It's based on Party Alarm's original GCV, the Goon construction vehicle, which was built on the original Something Awful Space Engineers server in like early 2014, I want to say. It was like when this game first started getting multiplayer. That's when that server went up. So that design is like almost old enough to go to high school. But it's a good design, it works, that's why I still use it. So I'm gonna... That's, I think, Swift's asteroid fucker. But we're gonna switch the blueprint. So I'll take the more basic form of it here to show you guys. Oh wow, it's way out of alignment, hang on. Set that to 0. Yeah, okay, there we go. It's kind of hard to see it because the projection's quite transparent, but it would work better if this room was darker. Move it up a bit. It will also help if I turn my flashlight off, I think. But yeah, so this is a GCV. This is close to the original design spec, but not quite the same. And it's a single large cargo container, and it's got all this stuff coming off it. So it's got large cargo container in the center, then it's got the collector facing downwards, connector on the back, and then 2 arms with tools on. The top sort of, and then landing gear on the nose. This top shell, I put that on, so that wasn't on the original design. We found that we had to put that on because if you bumped the belly hard enough, the central cargo container would pop, and the thing would split in 2. And back then you couldn't merge grids back together. It was permanently dead. So we went through about 2 or 3 dozen GCVs before we realized, fuck, we need to put a shell on the top of this thing. So that's what I did. So this is close to the original design. It just has that extra layer of light armor on the top. And then that morphed into what you saw outside through a couple of different versions. Oh. There we go, hang on. GCV. We'll use a stock parts version. And then move it down. So that then morphed into this. So there's a few more things on it. It's got different blocks for utility, so it has a remote control block, so you can use that to set it in autopilot if you want to. It has a timer block, well, 2 timer blocks. I don't know what to use them for, I just put them there in case they were needed for something. It has an ore detector. It has docking cameras in each direction. It also has a laser antenna, so you can remote link to it over long distances. That's basically a long-range data link. And a little more armoring as well, and I think I put some batteries in it. The original GCV didn't have any batteries. So that's sort of the initial design, and then the one that you saw outside was me trying to make that fly in atmosphere, and initially failing at it. What I would like to do... oops, that's not what I want. What I'd like to do is get enough resources, and I'll have to do this in orbit, because the ship isn't capable of dealing with gravity wells or atmosphere. But I would like to get enough resources together to build one of these bad boys. Once I figure out where the projection is, there it is. Let me scale it down slightly, and we'll move it, whoops, not horizontal, we'll move it out a bit so I can walk around it more. This is what I want to build. So those of you who are long-time Space Engineers players might recognize the basic silhouette. It was based off the original survival spawn lifeboat that you start with, the original spawn ship. I kind of liked that design, and back when I originally played the game, I would always keep that ship and then start tacking improvements onto it and use it as like a mobile home base. Well, that's what this is, basically. This is the logical conclusion of it. So you got your ore detector, you've got the modded parts version actually has a radar on it. You've got 2 laser antennas, one top, one bottom, to link up with worker ships over a long distance. It's got a refinery, it's got an assembler, proper ones, not basic ones. It's got, obviously, an antenna, a normal antenna. It's got solar panels on either side. As backup power, it's got a couple batteries in it. It's got a pair of interior turrets, just for point defense against, 3 interior turrets, one on top, one on each side, which are for point defense against asteroids mostly. They're not really offensive capability at all. You've got a connector on the back and a connector on the bottom for docking worker ships too. And you'll notice as well, it's slightly longer than the default lifeboat, DCS grass. I don't know why it's growing through the floor. It's like somebody did some voxel hand terraforming after we built this building, because originally that was not there. I don't know why it is. But anyway, yeah, like it's slightly longer than the default lifeboat because I added more into it. There's an airlock on the door. It's a really shitty airlock that doesn't work properly, but it is an airlock. And then you've got the cockpit, which is basically unchanged, just the glass takes up a larger area, so you've got better visibility. And then behind the airlock, there's actually a separate crew compartment, and if you look, you can see those windows there. Those are beds. Like the default game bed has a window next to it. So there's space for, I think there's like, from memory, 4 or 5 beds in it. And there's like a kitchen, there's a little like lounge area, it's got bathrooms and stuff. It's all just decoration. You don't, you do with the basic, or like with the daily needs survival mod, you do need some things like that, but the default game ones are just decorations. I like having ships look like they're lived in. So, because I built this with modded parts, you can't see them on the hologram here, but the ship actually does have food processing capability, water purification, reprocessing, all of that, because when I play on my own single-player game, or like my own co-op game that my friends can join, I have those mods enabled, so you need stuff like food and clean water. In here, we aren't running those mods, so it doesn't really matter, but I'd like to have something like this, which I can actually replace those with cryo chambers, since they'll leave empty blocks in the ship. We can use these to get out and explore a bit more, get away from the planet and check stuff out. It doesn't have a jump drive. You could probably retrofit one to it, actually. Put it on the belly or something. It's meant to be not like, I usually put jump drives on larger ships, like destroyer type ships and larger, just because like, if I have something this size, this is just a local space explorer. It's not meant for long distance. Fly in space, eat your own shit? Yeah, absolutely. And that is actually how the food growing system works with that mod, is you take grey water and nutrients and mix them together with food seeds and stuff. And also it reprocesses the grey water into clean water. You can also purify water from ice, which is how I usually get it. So it's pretty neat. It's a good mod. I would like to run it on here, but I don't think it would work very well on here because we've got a few players on here who are pretty new to the game, and they would be bamboozled. I think it's already pretty complex without adding that stuff. And then the end game, I'm never going to be able to build on this server, partly because it has so many modded parts in it. But, oh, I can't show it because I haven't made a blueprint of it yet. But the end game is going to be like a full-sized fucking cruiser, which is what I've been working on offline. In fact, this is not going to show all of the blocks because this is a modified version a friend made of one of my ships. But this is, I'm going to start working on modernizing this once I finish my cruiser, because I built this ship like way back in 2014, I think, long ago. And it was pretty close to finished, except for the main weaponry. But then, with all the changes to the game since then and mods that don't work anymore, it's basically broken. It needs a total overhaul. So you'll see the thruster blocks are missing in a lot of places because I used modded thrusters. But you can see the general shape of it. So I didn't design the original shape of this ship. One of the guys on Something Awful built it. It's based on a Homeworld ship. And I liked the shape of it because I've always struggled with the external part of shipbuilding. Like, I can do interiors really well. I can make them like space submarines, cram a lot of stuff into a small space. But I've always struggled with making the exterior look like not complete dog shit. So I saw this ship and I was like, yo dude, can I borrow that and make something out of it? And he's like, yeah, sure. So that's what I did. I took his design, I kept the basic outer shell of it, and then stripped away everything else, completely gutted the interior, and rebuilt it from the ground up. And so I ended up with this destroyer, and that's actually, it's hard to see here, but this little guy here, that's not a turret, that's a little shuttle ship that's kind of moored to the bottom of the destroyer. So if I actually increase the size of this, or increase the scale of the projection a bit, and then raise it up, yeah, it's a little shuttle, and it just sits docked to the bottom of the ship. Oh, that's not my shuttle, that's Neddy's. Neddy made a separate shuttle for his version of it. So this projection is of Neddy Seagoon's version of my ship, including his shuttle. He added a bunch of different weapons to it, like he completely refit the weapons. He changed the interior a bit, so he redid a lot of the powertrain of the ship. But the exterior looks basically the same as mine was. So it's still got the broadside missile launchers. The shuttle's docked in actually a different spot. Mine was docked in the middle of the ship, not that far forwards. He built like a little transfer pad for it, I think. And then this is the bow. So between those, you can't see it here because the blocks aren't from the vanilla game, but in my version of the ship, the hull extends all the way to be in line with the base of these thrusters, and there's actually an armoured window at the front, so you can see straight out the front between the thrusters. It's quite cool. And then, like, this front compartment was batteries and then reactors. So it was, no, the reactors were kind of, I think it was, up front was gyros, then batteries, like here, and then reactors were like here. And then as you get to this is crew living space, and there was an airlock here somewhere on the other side of the ship, I think. Kind of hard to see with the projection, but there, yeah, right there, that's an airlock. And so, the crew living space was here, and then the mess was here, medical bay was here. This was, on my ship, this was the bridge, but he's changed it into something else. Oh, you know what? I might have it backwards. We just took a hit. I'm gonna go oh, fuck me, no. We just took a hit off a meteor, so I need to go check what that was. The base is auto-repairing, though. Oh, shit. Okay, it wiped out there. It didn't destroy the turret, which is good, because the turrets are a pain in the ass to rebuild. That was a meteor shower that got us. Oh, shit. One knocked my fighter as well. It should be auto-repairing. So to be fair, this is one neat thing with the nanites mod, is it will auto-repair damaged blocks, but at the same time it kind of takes a lot of the gameplay away. And this is why I was carrying those blocks, by the way. Unfortunately, we can't. All we can do is hope the autocannons hit them on the way down, which they seem to have stopped the bulk of it. You can see from that ice lake there just how many meteor showers hit around our base. So the way the meteor showers work is they spawn from the direction of the sun generally, and they'll always try and hit near your base. They're not global, so if I fly 5 kilometers across the lake, there's no craters, no impact craters at all. I kind of wish they were global and not purely focused on your base, but it is what it is. It's a game limitation, you know. So yeah, our turrets are intact. I built these turrets the other day. Initially I was kind of disappointed because they have no gun depression. Like anything that comes below that hill, it can't hit because they cannot depress their gun. If I made them twin turrets instead of quads, maybe it could then. But they actually do pull their weight when asteroids come over. They absolutely fuck them up. I need to... Oh, I've got to manually turn this turret around because it's blocking me. Oh, no, we want to turn the AI on. We'll uncontrol it, and then... Need interior plate. Of course I need interior plate. We'll just grab some from down here. That's not interior plate, that's motors. There we go. Able to place... Why can you not place a wind turbine? Oh, because of the debris. I'm dumb. There we go. Guys on Alpin server was saying he wants to shut it down due to low pop. Not that I've heard. Not that I've heard. We'll see, but... I did notice I got a PM from him earlier, but we were talking about something different, so maybe it was just a reply to that. I hope he doesn't shut it down, though, because, like, honestly, like I said before, Enigma server is fun to play on, but Alpin server I just kind of generally enjoy more. Like, I go on Enigma server to just chill out, and it's really good for that, but Alpin server, because of the set-piece missions, I find it easier to play there. Like, it just, I don't know, something about it works better for me. And also the skill level there is a bit higher, well, a lot higher. So I genuinely hope that we keep both servers. So I have a server I can go on when I just feel like brainlessly blowing stuff up in the Su-25, and then another server I can go on when I feel like actually, you know, doing ground-based stuff. Because there's no other server that really does what Alpin server does for Cold War. I don't think, like, there has been some population loss to Enigma server, but I don't think it's as bad as, like, as people think it is. Like, most of the regulars on Enigma server are not regulars from Alpin's server. They're people that never played on Alpin's server, or they only played on it occasionally. Most of Alpin's regulars, with a few exceptions like me, APOC, a couple of the other guys maybe, don't even play on Enigma server. Like, Kirk, I haven't even seen or heard from for months. There's a whole bunch of guys from Alpin server that used to play regularly that I haven't seen or heard of for months on end. So, I don't know. But anyway, yeah, so I think once my current project is done in single player, I'll work on modifying this and modernizing it and adding stuff to it. Get up to the same standard. Blueprints. Let's go back to, since I don't have the blueprint that was originally on this screen, let's go back to putting this one there so people can see it. Last I heard, and by last I heard I mean like literally the other day, Alpin was busy working on a new mission, so I very much doubt he's going to take the server down. Especially considering, like, this isn't the first time the server's not had that much population on. It kind of fluctuates. I don't know. I don't think it's going to be the end of the world. And I doubt he does either, to be honest. Yeah, there we go. Oh, actually, I'll move it a bit closer. There we are. Kirk's extremely busy. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think, I haven't seen or heard from Zach for a while either. He's probably back at school. Like, that's the issue that Alpin's server is having, I think, more so than Enigma's server pulling away players, because it is to an extent, but not as much as people make out, in my opinion. The big problem that Alpin's server is having is just the regulars aren't on. They're either busy, or they're burnt out on DCS, or whatever. Like, I have not been playing DCS very much at all lately, even off-stream. And so, I don't know, like, I assume it's probably true of a lot of the other guys too. They just haven't had the time to play, or they've been busy with other stuff. Oh, we missed the sunset. Shit, we missed the sunset. So there's that planet you can see just above the mountain peak there. That's the alien planet. So it's, if you get, like, if you get a better view of it, it's kind of greeny blue color. That causes a partial eclipse every sunset. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Oh, I know where we can go. I know where we can go. Let's go for a drive in this thing. I have not driven this yet, and hopefully I can do so without breaking it. Oh, actually, does it have any fuel? It might not. Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna... Oh, yep. Yeah, we got some battery. Let's go for a road trip. Oh, the batteries are not going to last very long with the lights on, or in general, actually. Let me just hop out of it. I gotta get rid of one of my position marks there too. Really? Unable to park? There should be a handbrake, I think, but I forget what the bind is for it. It does have solar panels. Okay. But it's about to be nighttime, so that's not going to help as much. I might... Yeah, I'll just take it out for a drive anyway, because if we do get stuck with no charge left, we can always just wait for the sun to come up and recharge that way. Since it does have solar panels. I think this thing's supposed to run off uranium. I'm pretty sure it has a reactor in it, but we don't have any uranium, so... It's not going to help us much. Now, I'm not sure if this place still exists, actually. Yeah, it's not showing on the list. Oh, it's probably because the thing got fucking powered down. So there was a... It belonged to our faction, but it was AI, well, no, it belonged to our faction, it was an AI outpost that I think Logan captured or something. Either way, it was a friendly outpost. And it triggered a Reaver. So the Reavers have a certain detection range for antennas and beacons, and then they have a smaller detection range for things that are moving at certain speeds, like moving grids at above a certain speed, but like they see the movement. And then when you get within, I think, 2 kilometers, the Reaver just visually sees it. It's considered WVR, so to speak. Well, anyway, a Reaver got triggered. It flew over our base without seeing us, thank fuck. It got triggered on the outpost, and it went and engaged it, but the outpost did enough damage to the Reaver, I guess, that it lost thrust, and it face-planted directly into the outpost. So if I can find it, which is a big ask, because it's quite a long ways away, we will see a base with a half-blown-up hostile AI ship sticking out of it. It was incredible. I've got screenshots of it, but I want to see if I can actually find it in person, because it's really cool. There's also a massive fucking crater because the Reaver, I think, had like a container full of warheads that fell off the ship and detonated. Blew out this like 20-30 meter crater under the base. I should have put a beacon, or like a, not beacon, a GPS marker on it myself last time I was there so I could find it again. We do have third person enabled in this server, I just usually use first. Oh, we got some decent air there. I've never actually built a rover myself, I kind of want to. What's that? Oh, that's a AI carrier or something. Hopefully it doesn't aggro on me. I don't want to have to explain why this thing's damaged. What I will say, I think that might be it over there actually. What I will say in regards to Alpen's server is, if you guys don't already play on there, you should really start. Like I said, it's not the same gameplay you get on Enigma's server, it's completely different. And so what I usually do, because Alpen's server prime time for me is in the morning, and then Enigma's server fills out later when the Americans are on, I usually play on Alpen's server first, and then when that starts to empty out, I go to Enigma's server, which I strongly recommend because then you get the best of both worlds. But we really need to, I say we as in Cold War appreciators, really need to keep both servers populated, because there's about to be a whole shitload of really good Cold War modules coming out, and I want to have somewhere to play them. I have broken something. Oh, I'm in so much shit. What did I break? Something's smoking. How do you even set the brakes on this? Why has he not got... Oh, okay, parking brake on all four. Fuck it. But it won't let me stop. Oh no, there we go. It had to be on all four. Of course. What did I break? Oh! Hello? That happens sometimes. What the fuck is that? Oh, that's an air vent. Okay. Oh, the connector's damaged. We smacked the connector. That's a problem, but it'll be an issue for when we get back to base. I can repair it there. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's right. There's a base over there. What I'm going to do is I'm going to leave the truck here. There we go. To borrow a ship name from the original Something Awful Space Engineers server. I miss having stupid names on all our ships. Oh, I wonder if they recaptured it. Oh, fuck, I bet they did recapture. Is that a thing? Surely not. Let me figure it out. So there was a mountain. There was a mountain I flew over. Oh no. Oh no. I'm dead. I'm dead. That's that jetpack shit I was talking about. It's kind of awful. It's kind of annoying when that happens. I'm glad I put a marker on the truck so I can remember where it is. I'd be able to find it in daylight, but not at night. There was a mountain between us and the outpost. I think that might be the mountain there, actually. Yeah, it's... when you get too close to the atmospheric AI ships, it does that. It's really dumb. Don't like it. And you can see when I'm in atmosphere just how quickly, or in a gravity well rather, just how quickly my jetpack burns through fuel. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to land about 1 kilometer away and run my way over there, I think. Otherwise I'm going to get splattered again. I think the jetpack inhibitor works within 2 kilometers. Something like that. Okay, there's the ground. How much jetpack fuel have I got? Okay, I've got a couple refills left at least. Yeah, I know. I don't really like the jetpack inhibiting stuff. I think there's better ways to protect your ship from being boarded. For instance, the Reavers. I don't know how they do it, if it's like an autopilot script or if it's the Clang. Like, Svict thinks that it's Clang because they roll so rapidly. I don't think they have Clang on them. I think it's just the way the autopilot's scripted. But the Reavers, when you get close to them, will roll and turn really erratically, so you can't get too close. Oh, the sun shining through the planet bug is still a thing occasionally. Yeah, like the Reavers are basically impossible to board because they maneuver so aggressively when you get close to them. I kind of wish that they'd done something like that instead. At least the lights are pretty visible. I also don't want to get too close to the observation post because it'll light me the fuck up. I just want to see if it's the same observation post that I was thinking of, the one that that the Reaver crashed into, or if it's a different one. Might be a different one. I thought it was somewhere around this area, but it might not be. Actually, it might be on the other side of this. Yeah, it's probably the other side, because it was like 5 kilometers away. Yeah, there we go. Inhibitor field, so it's within 1 kilometer. And the turrets will engage me within 6 or 800. Can't remember which. 800. Well, I don't see anything on fire, so it probably wasn't that outpost, which means we're gonna have to keep going. That's the alien planet up there. Really get rid of that. Actually, I'll leave the respawn pod on there because I want to go check that out at some point and see what survived on it. I'm getting pretty close to that. So, from memory, there was a fairly tall mountain that the crash site was on the other side of. It might be on the other side of this, because I think that was... What was that from the base? That's... Where's the base? Well, 5 kilometers. Yeah... I think it might have been that outpost, or it was, like, in line with that outpost, because it was about 5-point-something kilometers from our base to where the Reaver was fighting the other outpost. So that's interesting. I wonder if they get repaired over time. Because when I saw it, it was not inhabitable, and it was also controlled by our faction. Try and get up on the high ground. We should be able to see a little further from there. If I can't find it or it's been repaired or whatever, I'll probably post the screenshots of it in Discord at some point, but it was really a sight to behold. Actually, no, I think it was over here. Yeah, because it was more this direction from our base. Okay, I should... Yep, I've got my jetpack back. Try not to slam face first into a tree, that would be a bit embarrassing. Oh! I see light. Mm-hmm. Oh, there's another Reaver that attacked it. Holy shit. Okay, so the big shipwreck's gone. The big shipwreck is gone, which is interesting. But you can imagine from the size of the fucking damage that there was a substantial ship that crashed into this. But there's been another Reaver come down and attack this. Look at this. Oh, look at this. I might just help myself to these, because I need some missiles for my fighter. And we don't have the resources to make them at the moment. Oh, yes. Yes! Give me that. I have to repair that. Oh, shit. Okay, we'll steal from this. Steal from that to repair that. And yoink that. And where's the warheads? These things have warheads on them? Right there. You gotta be careful, because sometimes they will violently explode when you're near them. Free platinum off the irons? Yeah, good call. Very good call. Okay, we're full. That'll do. Oh shit, no, you know what?
Inventory full.
Oh, never mind. I need to...
Inventory full. Inventory full.
see if I can take parts from one reactor to repair the other, because I need uranium. Metal grids. What has metal grids? Should be something on this ship that uses them. Oh, the weapons, right.
Inventory full.
We'll need to ditch some stuff out of our inventory. We can get rid of this. Maybe we won't get rid of scrap. We'll get rid of the empty tank, because those take up a shitload of space. There we go. Hang on. Still need another metal grid, and we still need to take from this. Oh, we don't have enough reactor components. You know what? I'm not going to be able to do it. I was going to try and yoink the... Oh, you know what? I don't need to repair them to yoink uranium. I'm dumb. I can just grab it. What is wrong with me today? Where did uranium go?
Inventory full.
Let me get rid of the large tubes. We've got plenty of those. Grab the uranium. And the other uranium should be... I don't know, it went under there somewhere? Oh, maybe it... I don't know. Maybe I got both of them. Yeah, I didn't see where it went. Another warhead there. Do the too many entity clang thing under the voxels? Yeah, that would do it. I'll grab that back. since we only have a... Well, I mean, we can build more, but whatever. Not like we have a shortage of ice. We're next to a fucking ice lake. Maybe the cargo container? Hang on, what's in the tail of these? Oh, just a connector. And a hydrogen tank, which I don't want to fuck with in case it explodes. Oh, that's a battery, sorry. Not a container, it's a battery. I think there should be a cargo container somewhere in this thing, though. No, that is cargo. The batteries are on either side of it. Nope. No, I'm wrong. They're all batteries. Whatever. I'm happy with what I got. Let's grab a couple more of these. Maybe grab that. That'll do us. Fuck it. So yeah, this crater, this is from the original Reaver shootdown, so it must have dropped a crate full of explosives or something in there and then detonated. But there was a great big ship sticking out of this right here. I'm gonna go ahead and save a GPS marker here. We'll call it an outpost because that's what it is. Now back to the truck, hopefully without getting into the field of effect of that thing's inhibitors. Did you take the ammo out of the interiors? I took the missiles, I don't really need the gun ammo, we got plenty of that. Two refills worth of hydrogen left. Hopefully this thing has enough life in its batteries to get back to the base. Interesting, no damaged blocks found. Oh, believe me, there's damaged blocks. And delete that, so we don't need it anymore. Once I get back to base, I'm going to take a short break, grab myself a drink and something to eat, and then we'll keep going. This thing really doesn't have the best visibility, to be honest. I would have... If I was building it, I would have used an industrial cockpit and not built this framing around it. I don't want to build up too much speed and slam into a tree or jump off a fucking cliff or something. Or fall in the ironic hole. Build yourself a bumper on a hinge for the trees. It's not my vehicle. I don't want to, like, because I get annoyed when people fuck with my stuff. I don't want to improve someone else's vehicle, because then they'll start doing it to mine, and most of them don't. Their improvements are not improvements. So, I'd rather not risk it. I might get hung up on these branches. Oh, a little bit. We knocked the trees over, I think. We actually have a decent amount of battery charge, I guess. Still could have been more, but it's enough to get home. I'm so used to, because when I used to play this originally, before I had to take an extended break due to PC issues, there weren't any planets, so all my stuff that I build is designed for operating in space out of a gravity well, and I've found now that I have to adapt to living in a gravity well with atmosphere especially. A lot of my shit doesn't work very well. Like, my fighter, even though that fighter's built intentionally to operate in atmosphere or space, in atmosphere it has no range. Like, it is hilariously short-legged in atmosphere. Oh god. Oh no. Please. Please, can we not? Yeah, it's whole... oh, why? Why? Oh, it was so close. Okay. Yeah, it is hydro-based. It's still just, like, it... Unless I make it really big and fat and clunky, it's not going to be able to hold enough. What am I doing? I need to set GPS. No, not that. Delete. Yeah, like, it's in space, it's not too bad, because you don't need to, like, you can turn the dampers off and keep flying that direction without holding the thrust down, and also it has so much thrust, you just tap the controls, you don't hold them, you tap them. But in atmosphere, it's miserable. It's lucky if it can go 5 kilometers as a round trip. If there was... I kind of wish there was a way to regulate the power output of thrusters. Maybe there is with mods. I don't think there is in the base game. So I could, like, for instance, tell the main thrusters, which are fucking big, you know, large thrusters, tell them to only ever use 20% of their power unless I change mode or something. I need to find a mod that lets me do that, because then it would be a lot better. I could regulate the thrust so that only the... Be even better if I could tell it only the downwards pointing, gravitationally downwards pointing thruster has maximum power, but even if I just tell it the belly thrusters, you know. Group them up and add them to your hopper. I know I can turn them on and off, but I don't think I can add or decrease power to them. I think the thrusters always have a fixed amount of power. Oh, override. Yeah, I know I can do override, but, like, I'd prefer to have a way to set, like a threshold that it can't draw more power than that, if that makes sense. Because having to micro the keyboard to get the override to the right setting is kind of not ideal when you're flying something maneuverable. Like, for a transport ship, absolutely, but for a fighter that's jinking and turning and rolling and stuff, it's just not ideal. The other fun part now is going to be getting the tug over there and getting the tug to actually fucking flip it. I don't know if the tug is going to be able to flip it. I have some plane parts mods that I use for my own stuff, but because this server's running pretty bare bones mod setup, we don't have them on here. Oh no, I want them. What am I doing? Okay, that's full, so we'll just... we'll start putting parts in my builder. Actually, I should probably transfer parts from this small container to the builder. Oh, there goes a miner. I thought I heard something flying around up there. That can go to my construction ship because it needs that fuel more than my fighter does. Explosives. Let me just... You put those in there, and then put those in there, and then we'll grab this and go down to refinery. Chuck that in there. Oh, okay, that one's nearly full. It's automatically working. Where is the basic refinery? Let's try that. Might not be as full. Nope, basic refinery is also full and it's also not working for some reason. Whatever, let me just chuck this in somewhere. It should auto-sort that. So we'll go load these up. Is it turned off? It might be, actually. It might be. Ah, you're right. It was turned off. I don't know why. There we go. What the fuck? Interesting. Bit of desync there, but oh well. No idea how much fuel this thing's got. Enough. Or not fuel, but charge. Oh, 5 minutes, maybe not.
Low.
It's low on, yeah, it's low on battery. Fuck. Maybe we won't. Maybe we won't use the tug.
Ship fuel low.
It was really designed for uranium, so... Oh, never mind. Okay, it was because the reactors were off. We're good now. Crank the spotlights up on this. This thing really needs some external cameras and or just somebody to tell me when I'm over the thing I'm trying to pull. This is probably going to end up in complete disaster, to be honest. Oh, that wasn't the button I meant to press. Shit. I meant to press V. What I actually pressed was F. Well, I did have an F moment, that's for sure. Alright. Oh, I still had scrap metal? Oh, whatever. I'm really not sure how I'm going to do this. Oh, yeah, it's already gone hairy. But maybe if I kind of pull it over on its side like that. No, it's going to fall again. The tug doesn't quite have enough power to lift it. Oh, now's not the time for my mouse to crap out on me. I don't think it's gonna... Whoa. Oh, oh, it's a little unstable. I do not, in fact. Oh, come on, come on. Well, I can drag it, kind of. Come on. I'm probably just gonna break it even worse. Yeah, I think I'm just breaking it worse. I drove off a cliff in the dark without noticing. Wonder if I could just nudge it, maybe. Gently nudge it. Oh, now we're getting somewhere, I think. Yeah, now we're getting somewhere. So if I grab onto this side and then roll right, and then release it quickly. I don't think I can grab the wheels themselves. Yep. Problem is, I can't see what I'm doing. Oh shit, no, okay. It ain't happening. Can I pick it up in the middle at least? I don't think this has the power to pick it up, to be honest, but we'll see if I can pick it up in the middle. Oh, not that hard, please. Oh my god! Oh, I can. Okay, I should have done this to start with. Except I have pretty much no roll response because the truck is so heavy, and I've only got so many gyros in this ship. I'm just worried it's going to drag me sideways into the ground. I need to make sure I get enough altitude so I don't smash it on a tree. The weather's definitely not helping here. Slide over a bit so we avoid the wind turbine. Cannot see shit. I think maybe I could roll it down the hill behind the base. I'm just... That sounds terrible to say, but like, that would unflip it. It might also destroy it though. Hey, Nebulord. Come just in time to witness the world's shittiest salvage operation. Catch you later, Josh. The worst thing is, this isn't my truck, and not only have I managed to fucking flip it over and break it, but I did it while I was streaming. So I can't even hide the evidence. Oh! Oh, no! Oh god, it started sinking all of a sudden. Oh, that was not good. That was very not good. Can I, however... Please, please... Oh, we've just about flipped the tug. Can we flip the truck, though? I think we can push it back onto its wheels. I think we've done it. Oh no, not now. To be honest, it's pretty tanky at least. So we might get away with it. Please flip. Oh! Yes! Beautiful. Success! Alright, let me get rid of the truck marker. I'm gonna go park the tug. And then we'll park the truck on its little pad and it should start auto-repairing. Oh, it's not anywhere near us, really. So the gun turret's damaged. The connector's... Oh, that's right, the fucking connector's damaged. Hang on. We'll repair that so we can dock it, and then we'll, it should auto-repair the rest. Sorry about the sudden jump scare with the game audio. I was just checking in to see if it was daytime yet. I'm going to have a quick snack. Stream will be back on in a few minutes. I've returned. It is still kind of dark out. Well, too dark for the solar panels to do any work. But we should have some light soon. Maybe you can help me convince Max to import rats into Alberta. I don't know, dude. We've tried. He seems pretty intent on not doing it. Whoa, shit, hello! Crap. I don't know why it's just standing there, but... What I really need is some ammo, but I don't think we have enough magnesium to do it. Also, why is something sparking up here? So it's just auto-repairing. Ooh! Sneaky little shit! While we're in here, we got something really important to do. Yeah, we don't have enough magnesium. Why do we not have magnesium? There's a magnesium vein nearby. Somebody needs to... What the fuck? Interesting. Somebody needs to reroute one of the auto miners to go over there, I think. Yeah, that one just keeps going back to the ironic hole. Be nice if my mouse would keep working. Yeah, I know, and they are actually annoying me. I just have them turned on so I don't forget where shit is. I can turn them off, but then I'll forget where shit is. Let me see what that's even doing. Is it actually digging? Oh, it is. Oh. Oh. The ironic hole is getting very big. But this is why we're getting so much fucking stone. It's just strip mining. And so most of what it's getting is stone. There's very little iron in it. No, Pom, that's not how ADHD worked. If it's important, I will literally not remember it. Like, the more important something is, the more likely I am to forget it. Still gotta wait for the sun to come up so we can move that truck. Oh, there goes the other miner. So that one mines ice, which powers the hydrogen engine which helps run the base. And that one that's over there is mining iron. We need that other one to go for magnesium. This one. But I'm like, I don't want to try and reprogram it because I'll fuck it up and then I'll be responsible for 2 fucked up things today. Excuse me. You remember to breathe? Because it's involuntary, Pom. I am not voluntarily breathing. Believe me. Breathing is at the top of list of things I am not doing voluntarily. I actually wonder where that little one goes, because I don't think I've seen it mining. I see it go over here, but I don't think I've seen where it's actually mining. Unless it goes down into that valley, maybe? Oh. Wonder if this is it. Yep, that's where it's... Oh my god. Oh my god, what hell has it created? What absolute hell has it created? How deep does the ice go? Not very. Interesting. Yeah, no wonder we get so much stone. There's some... What is that? Magnesium? Cobalt? I think that's magnesium? No, cobalt. Glowy blue is cobalt, I think. Yeah. That's exactly what it is, it's cobalt. So that little fella's down there. The thing is, like, the auto miners are really cool and really useful, but somebody needs to actually tell it, like, no, we have enough of from this area, go somewhere else. Can you make nukes? Not in the default game. Maybe there's mods for it, although I kind of doubt it. I haven't seen any. You can approximate the effects of a nuke, though, by piling up a shitload of explosive components and detonating them. It causes a fucking massive explosion. You can crack asteroids in half with it. Yeah, you're right, Warp. You are very right. Does this thing have a hydrogen engine? I don't think it does. It's got oxygen generator. Like, why? Why does it have oxygen generators, but it has no capacity to use hydrogen to power itself? That makes no sense. I don't know why it's designed like that. Okay, let's just dump... That's not auto-sorting, which is interesting. Where's our ores? Ores and ingots. Oh, that one's full too. Yeah, okay, well we need, that's what I'll do next then. I'll build a cargo container for that shit. Pull the paddle, you're athletic. Oh man. Hello? Oh, give me some electricity, please. It's really struggling. We don't have enough sunlight yet, I think. Come on. It's partial sun. 2 bars. Once we get 3 or 4, we should be able to move it. Come on, please, please climb. Please up the hill. That explains what that tapping noise I heard was earlier. It's one of the miners when it recharges that makes this noise. Oh, come on. I believe. I believe. Yes! We did it, Reddit. Now I've just gotta... I just gotta park it. Ideally without flipping it again. Oh, no, 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 you do not. Oh my god. Bro, please. How did that get damaged? Was that me? Did I do that? Maybe I did. Okay, so those are blast door components. I think. Yeah, those are blast door components. And I need steel plate. Can you turn? I don't... Not really, no. Like, I don't want to go in the crater and fucking flip it again. It took me that long to get it unflipped. Oops. No. There we go. We'll add 20. And it'll auto-weld it once it's docked back up with the station. That should be light armor. Yes, it is. And then that one, what's on the front? This piece. I think it's... Is it? No, not that piece. Not that one? Or is it that one? I think it's just... No, it's a number 4. Okay. But wait. Oh my god, it's asymmetrical. Wait, hang on, no it's not. Oh, I'm dumb. I had it flipped the wrong way, I think. Maybe? No, it... There we go. No, that's how it goes. I have the stupids. And then I think... Yeah, just the one parachute, and then it's got ramps inwards. And then the... Oh my god, the bottom's all fucked up too. It's blast door segments. There's probably meant to be another display there. I have no idea. Oh god. Yeah, no, I fucked up. I really fucked up. I think I'll just park it and whoever built it can repair it. I think that goes there. I don't... We'll leave that. And then, like, yeah. And then that goes... Whatever. Then we need the last door again. Oh, yeah, you could absolutely build a larger ship and put this inside of it, yeah. I mean, I'm not going to. Somebody else might. Something I've been working on in single player at the moment is a ship that would easily fit that in it. It's quite large. Thinking about getting the game? It's worth getting. It's really worth getting. It's this and Kerbal Space Program are my two go-to examples of how to actually do early access right, because they're the only two examples I think that really ever did. This game is still in development. This game's been out since late 2013 and it's still in development. Like, they still add stuff all the time. It's quite something odd. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, give me power. Give me power. Of course I'm on the downhill side away from the sun. Okay, we'll go forwards. And we'll... Oh, come on, dude. Not Kerbal Space Program 2. This. Space Engineers. Kerbal Space, the original Kerbal Space Program was early access. It was like one of the first early access games ever, as far as I know. I have no idea what's going on with KSP2, to be honest. Oh, no. Oh god, it keeps getting worse. We need to wait for the sun to be directly overhead, I think, before we can really do anything with this. This is just... It is not going well, put it that way. It is not going well. Still only 2 bars on that. You try putting out the fire? I mean, I could repair it. Yeah, let's do that, actually. I could just wait for it to be connected up to the base, because then it will repair it, but no, we'll do it by hand. Sure. Why is there a... Oh, it's the spotlights on the back of this thing. Holy shit, they're powerful. Need some small steel tubes. I will grab them from Poliot. There we go. Gun fixed. Just ignore the gaping hole in the side. See, I'm not sure if it's meant to have a terminal on the other side as well. I assume it's symmetrical, but it might not be. I'm going... slap down one of these. And then one of these. And then, hang on, was it angled at all? No, it wasn't. It just transitions straight back into the 5-piece. Tried Satisfactory? No, I haven't. I haven't played Factorio either. Like, they look really good, but they look like the kind of game that will cause me to absolutely lose control of my life. I have enough trouble with this. Like, once I start playing this, I have a very hard time stopping. Shit, I've been caught in the act. Thermo is gonna dob me in. Shit. Which part did that use on the other side? Oh, it used the number 7 piece. What kind of part's that? That's the corner piece. So it should be this one, I think. Oh, we've almost covered up the evidence, boys. Almost. And then, what are those? Those are 1-button panels. What on? Let me... What's it called? Button panel. Oh, it's just that part. So 2 of them. He's gonna have to reprogram whatever these are supposed to do, because I can't do that myself. I need interior plate. I have no idea what this is. Well, I could look at the other side and figure it out, but I'm lazy and I can't be asked. I think that is Logan's truck, and considering he fucking deleted, like, a bunch of my shit, I think, I'm already doing him a favor by repairing the damage I caused. To be perfectly honest. I probably shouldn't even be going to this much effort, but whatever. Is it even finished? Like, that to me says there should be a whole ass conveyor system in there, and there isn't. Maybe it got destroyed when I banged the truck into the fucking hillside, but I don't know, dude. Whatever. He can fix that himself. How much sunlight do we have on this fucking thing? 3 bars. I swear to God, if 3 bars is not enough. Oh, 3 bars is not really enough, but we might get away with it. Here's the real question. Does this have batteries? Why? It doesn't have batteries, because when he built it, or when he tried to assign batteries, he had it plugged into the fucking station, and he saw the batteries on Polyot, and he thought they were in his truck. For fuck's sake. There's no batteries in this thing anywhere. He's just like, oh, yep, those look good. I'll borrow them. It's even still called Polyot batteries. I don't know. Oh my god. And they trusted this man with admin for like all of 10 seconds. No wonder the base got deleted. Pom, I would. If it was my truck, it would already have a fucking hydrogen engine in it. But it's not my truck and I don't want to modify it. Because if I start modifying his shit, he'll start modifying my shit. Which I definitely don't fucking want. So the only power this thing had, I think, was coming from a reactor? Which is why I ran out of power there. Oh, come on. Bonk. Is it lined up? No, it's not lined up. I gotta... Wait, how... Wow, that's really off-center. Okay. I mean, in theory, yeah, it's our truck. And, like, I've told various people they can feel free to use my ships as long as they don't destroy them, but in practice, I don't want to give him the idea that it's free-for-all on who can modify what shit. Okay, it is actually parked. That is such a weird thing to park. He needs to lengthen out the skid plates for it. Now it's going to start auto-repairing. It won't replace the missing components, but it will build what I've laid down there. So there's meant to be, as best as I can tell, there's meant to be some sort of conveyor system that runs through the entire truck, and the conveyors are gone. Probably because of the damage. What I can do is cover up the cosmetic damage on the other side. Underneath. Like so. There we go. He can work out how to repair the rest himself, honestly. Nope, that's not what I want. Hang on. Let's have a look. O2. There we go. Fill both of those bottles up. Oh, it yoinked it and put it in the component, or not the components box, the equipment box, whatever, not a big deal. Where are the generators on my ships? There's one. I don't know why it's... Yeah, it shouldn't be putting stuff automatically in there, because the inventory manager shouldn't be putting anything in there, but I guess that's the only place we've got with, like, room for ores, so, I don't know. Might be freaking out. That's what I was going to do. I was going to build another cargo container, wasn't I? Oh, open, please. Thank you. So we'll build another cargo container for ores. I don't know how to program it to actually, like, put ores in it, but that's what we'll do. So this one is... hang on. That's components. This is ores and ingots. The fact that that's rotated the wrong way triggers the fuck out of me, but whatever. We'll just build one on top of it that's oriented the same way. And I'm gonna be an absolute shithead. And yoink. You definitely didn't see me do that, since I didn't build that crate, but whatever. I built this base, so if it doesn't agree with my color scheme, then too bad. Oh, let's get a front row seat of the turrets in operation, huh? Wonder which direction that's going to come from. Over there. Oh, it's nowhere near us. The turrets probably won't engage it. Oh shit, it's already... Oh, that's cool. It already knows what to do. And it's already full. Holy shit, okay. Well then, guess what we're doing, chat? We'll build 2, since we keep running out of space so quickly. And it should automatically, I think, set them. Maybe, maybe not. Oh my god, it's still oriented the wrong way. Oh, for fuck's sake, whatever. Okay, so when I put the new ones down, it hasn't figured out what to put in them yet. I think if I just put this in the name, it will figure it out itself, maybe? Yep. That's what it's done. Well, it put exclamation marks for some reason. Oh, right. Because it's not done yet. I guess. Oh, that was it trying to tell me that it wasn't, like, it wasn't complete and it wouldn't work. Couldn't fit them in, I guess. The exclamation marks, I think, means it's transferring there. Maybe. Yeah, that should be done, that should be done. So let's climb up on top here. Oh, I said climb up on top there, not fall off. Three, 4, 5, yeah. That should keep us going. Then what was I gonna do? Oh look, we're building stuff. Oh, I was gonna take the shit out of the cryo. It has taken shit out of the cryo chambers. Okay, cool. Don't need to worry about that. So, we rescued the truck. We've expanded the base storage. Is that damaged? How is that damaged? What is damaged, even? Oh, maybe the side thrusters got to it. No? Maybe? I have no idea. Interesting. Well, let's grab the parts to repair that. Is there anything else that needs repairing on this? I think it's just those. It might have been from when I flipped the truck back over, to be honest. Oops. Oh, hang on. There is more damage. Missing a bunch of murders. Why am I missing murders? Why can I not get them? What was it? We'll call it 30. And then, while we're here, we'll chuck this into... See if it'll let me chuck it into a refinery. Might still be too full. Yeah, it's too full. So we'll just chuck it into one of the ore containers. There we go. Need one more steel plate. I think we're good. I might grind this thing up now. Well, I say that, I'm probably going to need to repair a turret again. I'll leave it. Somebody can use it as a tug if they really want to. Just take that bit off. It's an absolute piece of shit, but literally I just needed to place a rotor in one of those turrets, so it's to be expected. Is there anything else I really need to do around here? I don't think so.
Ross, this is your official conscription
Nope.
letter to join the Anzac Expeditionary Force to
Not
Eastern
happening.
Europe.
Not happening. Thanks for the bits though, man. Appreciate it. I will see if it will let me put ice in here without pulling it away immediately. It shouldn't be pulling it away because it's set to or it should be set to no inventory management, but yeah, we'll set it to maximum and it'll probably take it away. I don't know why it's saying there's no fuel. Anyway, I'm going to show you guys something I've been working on. The uh-oh in the name is because I got a bit out of control with one of the designs. I was thinking of doing some more DCS now that I've calmed down a bit, but I might leave it until next stream. Man, those were going to be such good flights. I have to figure out a way of setting up some sort of desk mount. The problem is, like, if I desk mount a stick, it'll be probably ideally center stick. I'm going to have to sit back further, which means I'm going to have to pull the monitor closer, which means there's, like, where's the keyboard going to go? And then when I'm not playing Sims, I'm going to have to push the monitor back so I have a desk again. Like, I don't know. This is the problem with the really high-end gear, is it's designed more for people that actually have the right shit for it. One sec. This is my current little pet project. The Tashkent Cruiser. The colors aren't final, so I have a mod that it gives you a paint gun, basically, so you can paint around voxels like you used to be able to when the game first went into beta. You know, it's not bounding box based painting like we have now, it's literally what you're looking at gets painted. So I basically built the whole thing in primer color except for the armor plating, so I could tell which armor was which kind of plate. And once it's actually done being fitted out, I'm going to go back through the ship and paint everything by hand, just because that makes it easier for me to control what the interior looks like. And also, it saved me a lot of time during building, like because I was kind of planning the ship as I built it. I didn't pre-plan it at all, it just kind of fell together. By not painting it as I built it, I saved myself a shitload of time. Now, going back through by hand and repainting it's going to take a long time, but probably less time than me putting down a block, having to go back, delete it, and like 4 other blocks to get to it. Like, it would have just been a shit fest. So I got to see the Norwegian Navy SEALs do an anti-Spetsnaz op on a Norwegian natural gas terminal with an NH-90 and 2 special operational land cruisers. Nice. The NH-90 was flying. Shit, it's doing better than ours are. So this thing is, it weighs about probably 16,000 tons by now. We can actually look, in fact. We can go. It's interesting, when I play single player, it picks up my name as Hey What Are You Doing, which used to be my Steam name back when I first got into DCS, because I'd constantly drag the air hose with me in the Tomcat. But when I'm playing multiplayer, it picks up Rule 303, which is my current Steam name. Oh, just test see if... Oof. So if we go in here, where is it? Info. 9,159 blocks. And grid mass, yeah, 16,000 tons, or just below 16,000 tons. So it's actually cruiser sized. Like, it's called a cruiser, and it actually is cruiser sized. Oh, you're gonna get rid of the 90s as well. Oh, shit. Big fucking L for Airbus helicopters. Wait, they're the ones that make the NH-90s, right? I think they are. Because, yeah, the Australian Defence Force is getting rid of the Taipan. They're replacing it with the Black Hawk, which is hilarious since the Taipan was supposed to be the replacement for the Black Hawk. Here we, so this is kind of a illustration of what is inside that. This was going to be the first attempt at it, and I gave up partway through and then just built that version instead. But if you ignore the fucked up bow shape, because I was trying to figure out how to shape the bow with the armor blocks, this is basically how the ship's built. So the interior of the ship has this heavy armor framework, like this skeleton is all heavy armor. And then, you can't see it in this one, but there's a pressure hull. So it's double hulled, it's built like a submarine. There's a pressure hull inside here which hangs off of this, like hangs off of these ribs. So the whole ship's double hulled, you've got crawl space between the ribbing and the skinning, and you can kind of see this is how like I was initially planning on doing the armor, but I ended up doing it slightly differently. But that's basically like how I started with that. Is I knew the general sort of sectional shape that I wanted the ship to have, that kind of like turtleback shape, I've been using that for ships for a while. That little destroyer I showed, that was kind of where I got the idea from. I just smoothed out the curves a little more. So that's what we got inside. And then these are turrets that they're blueprints, so I just pasted them in so I could adjust them, change the height of them and stuff before I put them on the ship. So I built it basically from the inside out. The armor plating was the last thing to go on, other than the sort of hull fittings. I built the front part first, so all of this was done up to the hangar bay, and then I fitted the front out. And then once the front was pretty much fully fitted out, I came back and built the stern, put in the pressure hull, and then the armor plating and stuff. So I guess if we start at the bow and work our way backwards on the outside, it's pretty heavily armed. So the way I decided to design this, the way I design large ships in Space Engineers in general, is I like them to be fairly heavily armed, and in general sort of designed, they're like submarines. So it's double hulled, it has a lot of airtight compartments, there's not really any windows around. Oh, there's a few windows, but like it's not, you're not going on a fucking scenic cruise in this thing, right? It's a warship. So everything's closed off, and you rely a lot on external sensors, like cameras, for instance. Behind that armoured shutter, we've got a connector on the bow, so if I need to plug something in at the front of the ship, I can do it. The top camera is a normal camera, the bottom camera is a dual-channel normal and thermal. Now, the thermals are thermals, so you get like the actual backdrop of the game, and then you get like any block, basically, any grid with power running through it, so not unpowered blocks, but any completed powered block will show up as like a bright white heat signature. So it's not actual thermals, but it's kind of like you know, supposed to be similar to thermals. These little guys, these are going to be fire control directors for the AAA. So I've got to figure out how to do it. I know you can do centralized fire control in Space Engineers. It's been possible for a very long time. I just don't know how to do it myself, but I need to figure it out. And then these little guys are going to direct the small caliber sort of point defense weapons, which you'll see as I go back further along the ship. And then the big guns will be controlled by primary fire directors, which are based on those turrets over there. We've got an ore detector, because of course you want one in a decent sized ship. These are the front engines, so I've got a lot of thrust up front to slow it down, because there's a lot of thrust in back as well. I learnt the hard way not to just put two little thrusters in the front and call it good enough. You need actual braking power in these things. Behind the green fiberglass panels, or carbon fiber I guess, we've got a radar. So that radar is a mod piece. It should project holographic radar pictures onto projection tables. I think I need to script something to make it do that, or name something in a particular way to make it do that, but I'll have to figure it out later. So that's like a small little sort of radar for stuff immediately in front of the bow. I need to figure out how to do an actual proper scripted radar, and that's what that big boy is going to be. That's like the early warning radar. And yes, I know the game's set in 2077, we all live in space now. It would be ESA arrays, and they would just look like slabs on the side of the ship. ESA is... it can look cool, like the early ESA arrays on like the 60s US nuclear-powered ships, but generally speaking, it doesn't look as cool as a great big rotating latticework radar, so that's why I got that on there. I might put like little ESA panels on the ship as well, and just have that as the main search radar. The primary forward-firing armament, it's got 3 large fixed weapons. That's sort of a medium-sized coil gun. I could have gone bigger, but I didn't want to take up too much internal space in the ship. So we've got a medium-sized coil gun, and then we've got on either side back here 600mm cannons. So it should be reasonable, but it's meant to more so be something you use in broadside, so those are more like auxiliary weapons, I guess. Just put ESA slabs on the rotating 70s radar you got. Yeah, or just have the actual, like the dipoles, not have the fairing over it. That could work. There's also 4 torpedo tubes forwards firing, so that's what those things are under the spotlights. And then those 2 artillery turrets, and then this this isn't a missile launcher as such, it's a rocket launcher, so it launches a shitload of small rockets at fairly close range. It's like a barrage launcher, I guess. Lots of lights. I was asked why there's so many spotlights on it, because it fucking looks cool. I don't know, dude. Like, space is dark, you want to be able to see where you're going, right? So I just threw a bunch of lights on it. It looks pretty cool. And also, it'll kill low-spec gamers' PCs. 5-head battle strats right here. There's actually an LCD here. I need to find... So what I want to do... I'd rather have a 3D part for this, but I haven't found one on Workshop yet. I want a red star, like, you know, Soviet or modern Russian ships have on their bows. I want an actual red star to put on either side of the bow. So if I could have a 3D one, I would do that instead of the LCD, but until then we'll use the LCD. I just got to find an image for it. This is one of the, this is like a sentry gun. So that would be the kind of weapon that's controlled by the smaller fire directors, the little rotating baubles. So those, and then this, which is like a small caliber flat cannon. And those are, that's my broadside missile array. Oh, that's a little close. I might have to make sure that doesn't clip that armor panel. These also have armored shutters in front of them, so when you're not using the broadside missiles, you can drop the armored shutters to cover over the launch tubes. I've just got them open at the moment. You can see I've got thrusters on the bow and the stern. So I don't know if Space Engineers requires you to balance thrust. I think gyros just do all the magic for you. But I prefer to have things... Yeah, exactly. The ghost of Lionel Crab. I prefer to have things balanced thrust-wise as much as possible. So I've got, you know, for instance, the side thrusters, I've got 10 each side, bow and stern. So I try and keep consistent like that. Even on my small fighters, I do it. We got the nameplates, Tashkent, and then the hull number. You also notice I've got these railings. So this is something I've only recently started doing for large ships, but basically the point is, if you need to go outside the ship for whatever reason, whether it's, well, it wouldn't be an atmosphere, this thing would drop like a rock. It doesn't have enough power to stay in the air. But if you're, like, if you need to do a spacewalk or something, you have these handholds slash maglock boot holds that you can move along. Like if you need to, I don't know, scrub off the hull number or repair one of the armored panels or something. So wherever I can fit those, I throw them down. And it makes the ship more visually interesting, especially when when you get light casting. Like, for instance, you can see there. Look at the cool shadows it casts. It looks so much better like that. So that's something I do now. We got spotlight turrets, as well as the fixed spotlights. We got these spotlight turrets. And they will track not just hostiles, but these will track anything. You'll see they're pointing at me right now. So anything that comes close to the ship, hostile, neutral, friendly, doesn't matter, those spotlights will attempt to track it. We've got a camera here, so that's just a normal, like a straight visual channel, but the thermal one's up there on the base of the radar. Having all these lights on makes you easy to spot on passive long-range sensor. Turn them off. Well, you can turn them off, that's the thing. Like, you would have these lights on as you were pulling into harbour or something, so you could watch out for, like, obstructions or whatever, or if you needed to actually visibly see something, but you can turn them off. Like, there's no reason you would have them on all the time, really. It just looks cool in screenshots if I have them on, so... These are, speaking of ESAs, these little guys, these are ESA arrays. I don't actually think they do anything. They'll, like, I don't know. I think they track targets, but they won't, I don't think they have an actual purpose besides cosmetics. I want to see if I can also tie them into the fire control system somehow. So there's going to be, like, this is the thing, this ship, to be as good as I want it to be, is going to need a shitload of scripting. I could not script my way out of a paper bag, so I'm going to have to recruit someone's help, I think. Yeah, I'm on single player at the moment. I'm just showing this off. I was in Enigma server before. This is the stock missile turret. I think this is the only stock weapon I have on this ship, because, like, the stock weapons aren't bad, but the mod weapons that I have they just fit better, I think. But we got 2 of the stock missile turrets. More realistically, those are called rocket turrets, because the missiles don't track. So those are, consider those rocket turrets for, you know, if something relatively easy to hit gets close. Yeah, they are from Arix. So if I could figure out a way to tie them into the fire control system, that would be really cool. These are point defense. These are little interceptor boys. So if somebody fires missiles at me, those will go and try and kill them. Then we got our top engines along here. You can see the ship doesn't have a whole shitload of upwards or downwards thrust. This thing cannot go near gravity wells. Like, you can see there's a planet down there. That's about as close as I'm willing to get to a planet with this ship. It's just not designed for it. I could put, not atmospheric thrusters, I could put hydrogen thrusters on it. In fact, I could pipe the whole ship for hydrogen, but 2 things. First of all, hydrogen thrusters go through fuel like you would not believe. Second of all, and I don't want to tie myself to ice, uranium is much better for long-term, like long-range stuff, because it lasts much longer. Second thing is the hydrogen thrusters are very sort of, shall we say, modern, as in the sense of stuff we would recognize as being a thruster these days, or like a rocket engine. It looks very modern. It doesn't look as cool and futuristic as the ion thrusters here. Volatile, yeah, I mean, it is volatile, but I do have, like, a fairly substantial amount of hydrogen storage on the ship, mostly to fuel its fighters. But yeah, like, that's another issue as well, is hydrogen is very explodey. So we got another turret here. I think this is a flak turret? Like a large flak turret, from memory. A couple more of the AAA fire directors. So again, these little guys would be controlling the sentry guns, which we have up here. The medium caliber flak guns, which we have down there with the missile battery, and then the heavy caliber flak guns, which are these. Yeah, I know they're Argon. I was actually thinking of placing a couple of them on the ship, but they kind of disrupt its lines too much. Like, I really like this hull shape I've got, and I don't want to disrupt it just to put on some rotary cannons. I might use them on a larger ship, though. Like, if I ever build a battleship or a carrier, I might use them there. This is, I don't think this is the largest ship I've ever built, because I think Nadezhda was 10 meters longer. And I think, actually, this is probably, no, I think Nadezhda was wider as well. So this is the 2nd largest ship I've ever built in terms of actual dimensions. In terms of weight, it probably is the largest ship I've ever built. And in terms of complexity, it's by far, like, this is the most complex thing I've ever built. And this is the product of about 4 days of solid space engineers. So 4 days worth of work. I'm pretty fucking happy. It's still not finished, but I'm pretty fucking happy with that for 4 days worth of space engineers. These little guys, so I'm not sure how these work, but these are drone hangars. So I'm not sure how the drones are modeled, if they just act kind of like missiles with a different model, or if they actually, like, go out and shoot stuff and then return, but that's what those are. Those things are drone bays. We then have our, we got 2 laser antennas on this, similar to my smaller ship. The smaller one's meant to be like a scientific explorer ship, but this is definitely a warship. So we got one on top, one on the bottom. Actually, sorry, I stand corrected, there's 3, because there's another one on the back of this. There. So we got 3. 2 top, 1 bottom. That's your long-range data link. Behind that, we've got one of the ball turrets. Mostly, like, the mod part weapons are probably better, but I like the way these look. They look so cool. I couldn't say no to putting these on the ship. So we got a bunch of them. Actually, that reminds me, I need to swap out the cameras on them. I won't do it now, but I need to swap out the cameras on them for thermal images. So the turrets should have thermal images on them, and then the fire directors, which are not finished yet. I'm going to change the shape of them a bit. But these are the fire directors, the primary fire directors. They have a normal camera and a thermal camera on them. And if I can figure out how to build like a little radar or something on them, or, you know, build something that looks like a radar and then use scripting to make it act as one, I'll put them on here as well. Oh, Jeff, you... I started playing this when it first went into beta, and the only reason I stopped playing it is because Beepsky Mark 1 couldn't handle the Planets update. Like, if it had not been for Beepsky Mark 1 not being able to handle the Planets update, I would probably have never got into DCS because I would have just been playing this until the end of time. But Beepsky Mark 2 runs this really, really well. And Enigma, oh well, more specifically King Crab, but there's a community server for Enigma's Cold War server up in Space Engineers, because King Crab put one up for us. So yeah, these are gonna be like, you know, the actual fire directors you see on World War II ships. That's the intent behind them, and then so you got one left, one right on the top, and then one on the belly, because the belly one can see all directions, and those should guide the main weapons, of which there are none on the top of the ship. They're all on the bottom of the ship. Got a couple more of the little ESA radars. Then my big spinny boy. I think this could stand to be improved, but I'm happy enough with it for now. I wanted to make this look a bit more like a P14 or a P70, but it's kind of hard to do with the blocks I have. But we can always improve it later. I know it would, Jeff. But, what if you had a rotating countermass in a similar position relative to the center of the ship, rotating the opposite way? This thing does have a shit ton of gyros in it, so that's probably why it needs so many gyros. Other than the fact it's just heavy. Haven't played this in ages, but when I did, like 2 years ago, people were so afraid of other people in multiplayer, they'd either build their bases 14, how many zeros is that? 1.4 million kilometers from the center, or just put if you found them. Oh, that kind of sucks. When the game first got multiplayer, like, there was a something awful thread for the game, because, you know, goons like to play games together with each other. So we got a server up, and it initially started as kind of cooperative building, but then it went the way of all something awful projects, and goon apathy set in, and also somebody decided it was time for an antagonist storyline, so we got griefed by Jay Owen on the phone. One of the guys, I think it was Party Alarm actually, built a giant, like, while people were on the server, he changed his name to Jay Owen on the phone and went way off in the distance so we wouldn't find him, and built a giant gravity cannon, and then started griefing our base with it. And like, when people weren't in the base, or they weren't paying attention, he'd sneak into it and place down explosive components under people's thrusters, so when we tried to take off, our ships would explode. And then, once the jig was up and we found his giant railgun and I had a boss battle with him with my fucking grinder, once that happened, we transitioned to the second iteration of the server, which was an actual PvP, like a faction-based PvP server. So we had, you know, a bunch of settlements all spread out, you know, within a couple 100 kilometers of each other. And they all had, like, their own different names, and most of them were very inappropriate and probably get me banned off Twitch, but they were great. and I was part of the Space Pirates faction in the antagonist version. So we had this base in a hollowed out asteroid, and I was chief of fighter production, because I like building little fighters in Space Engineers. And so I was just, like, I had this production line going of these little fighters, and then I'd go out and I'd, like, harass people's bases with them. I'd steal some of their building materials or some of their rarer ores. I'd blow up some things that were annoying but not unpleasant. Like, the goal of the server was to keep the griefing charming and funny, not cruel and tragic, basically. So we could do antagonistic stuff, but it couldn't be cruel and tragic. So it was mostly like blow up a worker ship here and there, draw dicks on people's landing pads, steal their components, like that kind of thing. It was a lot of fun. I really miss it. But yeah, that's what Space Engineers should be for me. Like, the thing is, this game has so much potential to be really fun in PvP, but you have to kind of account for the fact that min-maxing is going to happen. So for instance, like I said, I like building fighters. Well, unfortunately, because of how space works, the optimal fighter is a Borg cube with guns poking out of every side and equal thrust on each side. That's the best way to fight, and you just circle strafe the other guy. That's how you win dogfights in Space Engineers. That's no fun, though. So I build my fighters kind of like you'd build a plane, and most of them, because of the way I like the kinds of planes I enjoy flying in DCS, for instance, most of mine have way more prograde thrust than any other direction, so they fly like the DCS-21. You go ripping along at high speed, and then you go, oh shit, I need to make a turn. And as you try to make the turn, it just can't. It can't cope with it. And so it skates out from under you before it finally makes... Like, you're doing a fucking cool bit because it can't make the turn. Like, that's so much more fun to me than Borg cubes. We were role-playing evangelical Christians. Raiding a base would involve installing giant rotating LCDs that display Mike Pence warships shaped like crosses. That's beautiful. Oh man, that's amazing. We had our Space Pirates faction, we had like faction colors, which were, it was very 80s inspired, so our ships were purple and teal, and sometimes like white mixed in. So my fighters, they had teal stripes on the wings, and then as you went, like the nose was black, like anti-glare black, and as you went further back along the fighter, it was this smooth gradient from black to purple. They looked really cool. Really, really cool. And then I decided to build us a large cruiser, and partly through just accident of me being bad at designing ships, except now apparently, partly through that and partly because it was funny, this cruiser of ours, it was literally just a giant purple cock and balls. Been doing some Stormworks PvP, but one of the other guys called me a dickhead, so all my ship's planes are now Peter shaped. Yeah, that's the way to do it. That is the way to do it. One of the other guys from the old Something Awful Space Engineers thread, he was working on like a carrier, except instead of, like, you know, you would think, oh, a carrier would just be like this but bigger, maybe with a dedicated flight deck. No, it was goatsy. The flight deck opening was the arsehole, and then he had the hands, and then on, like, the ring was the fucking flight control deck. It was fucking outstanding. Like, it was one of the most beautiful Space Engineers creations I've ever seen. Unfortunately, he never finished it. But, God, it was... it was perfect. And for all the young ones in chat who don't know what I'm talking about, please do not Google goatsy. So these are like my sort of general purpose medium AAA. The autocannons... See, I'm kind of torn on the autocannon. It's a really cool weapon, but I feel like the rate of fire could be a little higher. I know they need to balance, like, damage and all that. I don't know. I feel like I could trade a bit of damage for rate of fire on the autocannon. Or maybe have another version that fires a bit faster. I know that there's the Gatling gun to kind of fulfill the high rate of fire niche, but I like my my single-barrel rapid-fire guns. What I really want to do is I need to reinstall 3ds Max and relearn how to use it, because it's been like fucking 15 years since I've done any 3D work. But I need to make myself like a fucking Gashar 23 in space. Like, gassed guns in space. Oh, yes. It'd be so good. So we got another heavy flak battery towards the back. More interceptor missiles. Shilka approach, yeah. More gun. So, yeah, like I said, these are interceptors. If somebody launches a missile at me, they should shoot out and try and intercept it. Which is a gun that Russia put on one of the Salyut stations. Oh, fuck. I know which one you're talking about, but I can't remember the name of it. It was some really highly specialized 23mm gun, I think. I've seen a photo of it. It's in a museum. And then we get back towards the stern of the ship. She has quite a bit of thrust. Quite a bit. I'm kind of on the fence whether I want to replace those two normal ion thrusters there with more of the warfare ones. I kind of like having the mix of shapes, but at the same time, like, I'm not sure about the armor plating around them. And the warfare ones just look so cool. Are you going to make a Goatsy tank, Gurn? What are you going to do then? Oh, a Mocha. Oh no. Oh no. Why? Why would you do this? I've got another LCD here because, again, I prefer to have it actually as 3D mesh, but the coat of arms needs to go there. You know, like the back of the Cold War warships, the coat of arms is going to go right there on the stern. Oh, it was an NR-23! Huh, it was an NR-23. I thought it was like a purpose-built gun, but no, they literally just modified an NR-23 and did it. Chads. Had to rotate. Well, I mean, yeah, like if you had an actual rotating trainable weapon, especially with that era's technology, that would not end well for you. Well, it might have been the feed mechanism, because I remember seeing a photo of it, and it did not look like an NR-23 anymore. Like, there was something they'd done to it that made it look really funky. It was like, had this weird box coming off of it or something. True Chad move for the Warfare 2 update, go on. Here we see one of the main weapons of the ship, by the way. But most of the weapons on it, like all the weapons on the top side and a lot of the ones on the sides are defensive weapons. This is an offensive weapon. This is a very offensive weapon. These are like the guided missiles. And it typically fires 8 of them at a time. Because I do have like AI chips, there's one over there. That one's disabled. Like, it's still active, but it can't move, so the main weapons can't target it. But this thing engaged that ship and fucked it up. Like, usually when something flies close, or like within 8 kilometers of this, I'll just see a bunch of blue streaks come flying out of the middle of this ship, and then like this massive explosion off in the distance and flaming debris falling away. This thing is really powerful. So that's the main offensive weapon, and in fact the main stern ammo magazine is directly above it and feeds straight into it because there's just nowhere else to put it. No, with Weapon Core you can have targeting priorities set up on enemies. Yeah, I know. I usually just have them shoot for center of mass, to be honest, because that's typically what you would actually do, but I can always tweak that later. If I was doing actual combat with this, like in an ideal world where I'm actually using this in some kind of, you know, multiplayer environment, I would have a human controlling that, and they would be shooting for like command and control and stuff. Because I've noticed that pubbies, when they design ships, have a wonderful habit of putting a big, obvious fucking command deck on their ship and not building a CIC further inside it. I've noticed consistently, almost none of the ships on the workshop, none of the warships, have actual CICs. They're all like beautiful big greenhouse kind of stargazer view fucking command decks. Like, I know where I'm shooting at. Or like they'll have potted engines. Oh god, potted engines are my favorite thing in the world. Yeah, let me just put the propulsion of my ship out on these little outrigger arms that have a weak joint between them and the rest of the ship. So one good hit will, you know, disable me. Good shit. I mean, I get why people do it. It's an aesthetic choice. That's cool. I'm down with aesthetic choice. Like, I just said I make an aesthetic choice with my fighters that makes them suboptimal, but at the same time, like, I have to wonder, like, do you really think that's going to last very long in combat against an actual human opponent? So this is the belly fire director, which I need to do some more work on. Like I said, I haven't finished the fire directors yet. I want them to look a bit more interesting than that. If the primary fire directors are disabled, then I can always have it switch over to using the secondaries for the main guns. And if all of the fire control gets disabled, then you can just, like, the weapons still have independent AI, right? It'd be kind of like on a World War II battleship when the turret switches to local aiming. Same thing. So that's how I would set it up. These are armored shutters covering connectors. So there's 3 connectors on the ventral side of the ship for when it needs to dock with something. Or just for quick access without having to fly into the hangar bay. And then we're back up towards the bow. Here's the underside laser antenna. So that's your laser data link there for the underside. And then back up to the multiple rocket launcher and the artillery cannons. So these would be driven off the main fire director. This, I'd have to check the range on it. I think this is a short range weapon, so it'd be driven off AAA. And obviously the coil gun and the 600 mils are fixed forward firing, so there isn't any fire control for those. You just point the whole ship. So that's the basic weapon arrangement, right? Let's have a look at the armor scheme. So remember how I said it's not just like that with a single layer of armor over it? So something that's always been true in Space Engineers, even since like the first public release, is that spaced armor is actually really good, and people sleep on it way too hard. So if you can do this experiment yourself. Take a ship and give it 2 layers of, like, a layer of light armor, 1 block space, another layer of light armor. And then take one and just have either a double layer of heavy armor, or maybe like a triple layer of light armor, so like just build a chungus, basically. And then compare them. The spaced armor will almost always work better than the chungus, because when the outer layer of armor gets hit, it propagates damage to all the blocks around it. Right? This is how the deformation works for voxels in Space Engineers. It transfers damage to connected blocks. So if you have a chungus and something really big comes and fucking smacks it, it's going to fuck up all the layers of armor under it and probably penetrate right through, or if it doesn't penetrate right through, it'll damage whatever's on the inside. It's almost like not overpressure, but well, I guess it would be overpressure, but it's like a pressure wave that moves through the object. And I found this out long ago. Is that an incoming ship? Oh, it is. Oh, we might see some fireworks here in a minute. When I was testing one of my first, my first ship, Nadezhda, I was doing some testing against different weapons, and especially against shit like gravity cannons or large using the explosive components trick to make a massive bomb. I found that it might not breach the reactor compartment armor, which was a single layer of heavy armor and then a layer of light armor on the outside of it, but it would crumple the armor but not penetrate it, but it would destroy the reactor on the inside, which was in physical contact with the heavy armor. So then I started experimenting, and I started playing with spaced armor, and I found, you know, spaced armor is actually really fucking based. And so the bow of this, the actual interior compartments don't start until about level with the thrusters. Like the forwards interior compartment is like just about here, I think. And then all of this is just either void space or weapons. So there's not really much need for spaced armor in the front. There is heavy armor covering the thrusters, but other than that, not a lot. But if we go on the side with actual sunlight on it, if we go along the hull here, you'll see, like, I've added some complexity to the shape of the armor just to give it visual interest. Is it suboptimal for protection? Maybe. Does it look better? Yes. But as we go down, especially... Oh, what's this? What is this? Light plates weigh very little, almost nothing compared to actual armor blocks, but they're pretty effective if you stack them up. So there we have some spaced armor, and we've got layers of normal light armor blocks in front of that. And then that's the back end of one of the torpedo tubes there. And it's like that all through the ship. So I've got layers of light armor, I've got layers of light armor panels, I've got spaced armor, I've got components. Components are pretty good at tanking damage, although obviously degrades the structural integrity and functionality of your ship. But that's how I've designed this thing. It's actual, like, plated and spaced armor all through. And you can see, actually, see that red colored thing? That's the pressure hull. So you can see there's actually a pretty substantial gap between the outer hull and the pressure hull. I have done some destructive testing on this, obviously not on the original here, but I copy-pasted it and started shooting at it with various things. It's not super tanky, it's a cruiser, it's not meant to be a battleship, but it's pretty well protected, especially in the areas that actually matter. Like, it takes a lot to get through the pressure hull. And you can see again here, like, not only can you see the pressure hull, but you can also see the crawl space for maintenance, and you can see that's where I've stuck my gyros. I gotta put my gyros somewhere, they take up a lot of space. Why would you waste internal volume of the ship, like within your pressurized compartments, on gyros, when you can put them between the pressurized compartments and the outer hull, and then just have, like, if you need to repair them, you can go out through an airlock into the crawl space and fix them. And also, because of that, it means that I have gyros running in blocks the entire length of the ship. Like, there's bands of them. One compartment, or like one rib will have gyros in it, the other's engines, gyros, weapons, gyros, all the way along the ship. Like, you can see, we got gyros all along here. So if I take a hit, say right where I'm looking, right above that spotlight, I take a hit there, it might blow out like 20 gyros, but I've still got a couple hundred others all along the length of the ship, so it's built-in redundancy without taking up any more space that I could use for something more important. Well, not something more important, but something else. I've got, this is mostly conveyors and shit under here, but I might see if I can cram some more useful crap in there. We've got a hangar bay. I'm going to put some doors on this. It's not going to be airtight. It's just, there's no point pressurizing this compartment because it's going to be opening and closing all the time. But I am going to put doors on it just so that you can't see straight through it and hit the... So the red lines here, the red stuff is general purpose and ammunition conveyors. Pale blue is oxygen, and then yellow is hydrogen. So I got redundancy all through the ship. You can see more layers of spaced armor. Finally slept. Well, I hope you had a good sleep, man. Welcome back. And then more spaced armor up here. Like I said, it's not just blocks, it's panels as well. So, you know, the outer panels will tank a few hits before it even gets to the first layer of armor blocks. And again, the same here. Spaced armor. Lots of different angles too. That is, however, one of the weak points of the ship, is we got a couple hydrogen tanks that I couldn't fit them in any other way. I had to squish them up against the outer layer of, the second layer of space, or second layer of armor. So it's a trade-off. Like I said, this isn't meant to be a... Oh, actually, knowing what's on the inside of that compartment, I might get rid of those tanks. I do have enough hydrogen storage I can probably afford to. Because that, I do not want this section of the ship going kaboom. That would be very bad. Yeah, I'll think about what to do there, and then if I get rid of them, maybe it'll free up some more internal volume for other stuff. We've got more broadside missiles here. Same thing as before, we've got shutters on them, so I can cover them over. Here, we have... I'm still trying to decide if I should build like an actual proper navigation bridge that hangs down below the ship. Because this is like, this turret's probably mostly going to be for firing backwards or broadsides. So I'm thinking about maybe here... just expanding this downwards and having like a properly glassed-in navigation bridge for use during peacetime. And then you have an airlock between that and the rest of the ship, so that, you know, if people try and hit that thinking, oh, I'm going to decapitate the command of the ship, it doesn't matter that much. But for the time being, my navigation bridge is just an industrial cockpit on either side, and then there's an airlocked compartment there. There's a little helm station for docking. So you command through this window and move the ship in, and then this is a merge block. It's a tunnel merge block. So you dock up through that. I might redesign that, I'm not sure. I'm probably going to do a couple versions of the ship, so there'll be this version, which is the normal sort of cruiser, and then I think I'm going to do a version where instead of the hangar bay, this is all going to be actually closed in, and this will be a command deck, like it'll be a command version of the ship. So that'll be, you know, a pretty substantial refit. There's probably 2 compartments worth of space here. So that'll be one possible refit. What was the other one I was going to do? There was this one, the command ship, and I forget what else. I think I did say it the other day, but whatever. There'll be different versions of it. I think you should build a Pillar of Autumn. A bunch of people already have, better than I could. Bunch of people built Halo ships, actually. So I got more spaced armor, and also there's access to these thrusters from various parts in the ship, like hatches that you can get through to access them. So if you get damage to the thrusters, you can send someone out through an airlock, or like some of it's not even airlocked, there's just a door there, and they can weld through the back. And then we arrive back at the stern. So let's actually go inside. And I'm gonna go in through... We'll go in through the hangar bay. Oh, actually, before we do go inside, I'll show you the crawl spaces. Then we'll go in. So this is the pressure hull on my right side, and then this is the armored hull on my left. And you can see, like I said, spaced armor. You can see it, and all the different angles it's built up with it. Then we got gyro banks all along here to make use of the space. We also have lighting built in here, so you know you don't have to have your flashlight on all the time when you come back to repair shit in here. So you can get not quite all the... actually, you can get all the way up from here, I think. Yeah, you can get all the way up into the bow. I don't think... oh, no, maybe not. I'm not going to be able to make it through that gap. But you can get pretty much all the way up to the bow of the ship. Speaking of Halo, the Space Engineers channel in Enigma's Discord was all having a massive fucking nostalgia fest about Halo just the other day. It was wonderful. Made me want to play it again. So we can also get in through the upper part of this. So again, gyro banks. And more gyros up there, and then redundant system. So this is our pale blue, remember, is oxygen. So yeah, oxygen's explodey as well, but we've got to fit it somewhere. So that's what I've done. I've got oxygen tanks there, I've got hydrogen tanks further along, and they're just crammed between the holes. So yeah, they might explode if you get hit in the hull, but they're between the holes. I'd rather them explode on the outside and not really do much damage to the interior of the ship than have them inside the ship and it gets penetrated and blown up. So, like, all of this stuff, it's important stuff and you don't want it getting hit, but it's better to have this stuff blown up than have the interior of the ship breached. Just download Infinite, which the multiplayer is free, and play it with me and my friends. I probably should do that, actually, yeah. I forgot that it is free for multiplayer. I might play that, like, I don't know, I might play the campaign. I was watching Korchak play it. It's like, I have the same issues with Infinite's campaign that I do with Halo 4, which is that it looks like a decent game, but like, I don't know, it just, a lot of it kind of doesn't strike me as Halo. So I might try it. Only 20 gig, really? Huh. That's not bad these days. Grappling. Could you imagine me trying to use the fucking grappling hook with how unco I am? More gyros, and then if I go through here... Oh, okay, so this is one of the maintenance access ways. This... See those screens there? This leads into the mess. I just realized that that means that there's no pressure. Oh. I might need to reconsider where I put those displays. Because, yeah, I didn't think about that. That means there's a breach in the pressure hole here. So I'll either move those displays, or I'll put solid conveyor blocks, like the conveyor junction blocks, so that they at least seal this up in case it gets hit. But yeah, I should have thought about that before, actually. I'm glad I noticed that. But you have your service access here. This goes through to the bow thrusters, and also hydrogen tanks, which are the yellow things. There's some, I think there's some general storage in here. Oh, that's right, shit. I was going to put fucking refineries and shit in here. I didn't end up doing it. I put them in the back of the ship instead because I had a bunch of space to fill and I didn't know what to put there. So we got all this space to fill. I wonder what I could put in here. Oh, I actually think I know what I could put in here. I could put more computer cores. And then if I need stuff like timer blocks or whatever, I can put them in here too. Because we got shitloads of space. Just get the Game Pass. Man, I am so out of touch with how shit works these days. Like, I understand on a basic level what Game Pass is, but I have no idea. I don't know how that shit works. So these are the side thrusters. 50% chance of the AH-64 meme release tomorrow. Tomorrow, huh? I don't know. I mean, if it releases, then it's not going to affect me that much, other than the Cold War servers might be a bit quieter than usual. Like, I'm not going to be flying it. I'll go watch Gato Flex. I want to see his impressions of it, but I'm probably not going to fly it myself. I'm not planning on buying the Apache anytime soon. It's cool, don't get me wrong, it's cool, but not really my type of thing. You will not. Like, people have tried to force me into the A10C and it still hasn't happened. Like, I do not have the attention span or the interest or the patience to learn that shit. I really don't. And everything about how it operates is enormously counterintuitive to me. Like, watching I know that Wags sometimes in his videos makes things seem more complicated than they are, but even with the basic descriptions I've had from people, watching how you do fucking rocket attacks in the Apache hurts my brain. Like, you have to line up 3 different fucking things and look in a particular... Like, fuck that, dude. Just get in the fucking hind, turn the ASP-17 on, put the sync switches up, put the fucking pipper on the target, wait for the range to tick down, pull the trigger. Done. Like, it's just so much simpler. Holy fuck. Like, this is the thing. The Apache is cool, but not... like, I don't know. If you're the guy operating it, unless you really enjoy systems management, it's a bit less cool. Like, it's just... It's systems management. That's what it is. Like, the way it flies is like... I mean, Gato described it as basically flying like the Car 50. So, if you know how the Car 50 flies, it's not exactly amazingly exciting to... Like, it's not bad to fly, and you can do some cool shit with it, but... Like, it does most of the flying for you. It's not very hands-on. The system stuff, like, you go through pages and pages of shit to fucking select this weapon or that weapon. I'm like, nah, dude. Nah. Spend time heads down fiddling with buttons. Meanwhile, yeah, I can't wait until it comes out to see how many people try and hover over a target and just get fucking dunked and then complain about it on the forums. Like, even, I mean, the Apache got withdrawn during the, I think it was during, was it Desert Storm or was it fucking 2003? It got withdrawn because it was getting shot down so much. Like, it's not armored, except for a couple of very small pieces around the engines. It's, like, if you look at the way the Apache's designed, those sort of cheeks that it has running under the cockpit, like, that come out from the side the landing gear comes out of, those are the avionics bays. Like, if you take a rifle caliber hit to those, kiss your fucking capabilities goodbye, right? I'm sure it has some degree of redundancy, but it's not designed for that kind of shit. And in fact, in a sort of war in Europe scenario, the Apache is not meant to be hovering, it's not even meant to be orbiting. Guess how it's being operated? Like a fucking hind, flying in racetracks. Like, that's what it was meant to do. The whole idea that, oh, the hind can't hover, it's not designed to do it, the Apache can, like, no, none of them are designed to do it, because hovering in a fucking active war zone against a peer or near-peer threat is fucking suicide. Like, something like a Gazelle, maybe, or a Kiowa, maybe would be hovering. But it's not even cope, dude. It's just, it doesn't interest me that much. Like, it interests me to watch it in operation. Like, that's I think the best way to put it.
Saudi Arabia which withdrew them.
Saudi Arabia which withdrew them. Ah, I gotcha. Well, I remember I was watching a show, it was about, the first big Apache attack of, I think it was 2003, and they got fucking shot to shit by a bunch of Iraqis who went out, because it was at night, a bunch of Iraqis who went outside with their AKs, because the government switched off lights to different parts of the city as, like, the signal, go outside and fucking lay on the ground and shoot in the air. And it fucked up the Apaches. Like, I think a couple of them went down, one of them, the gunner, was killed. Like, it was just a train wreck. I mean, the whole mission should have been scrubbed from the start, because things were going wrong before they'd even kicked off, but... Like, it's just, it's not designed for that kind of environment. Nothing really is. So this is the forward compartment upstairs. So this is just like a sort of, how'd you say it? Kind of like a auxiliary compartment. You've got some gyros here if you need to access it. So most of the gyros are external, right? Most of the gyros are between the hulls. But there's just enough gyros within the hulls that if you take, like, ridiculous damage, the ship can still maneuver. It can't maneuver well, but it can turn to a degree. So there's a few internal gyros in here. And then that's it. Just general storage space, pretty much. Yeah, well, like anything, if you use it correctly, but as we well know, DCS players are not in the habit of using things correctly as they were designed to be used. This is our, like, fancy, sorry about the glitchiness, it's because I'm in 0G walking with mag boots, you stick to whatever surface you're on. I don't have Netflix either, Saber. Like... I don't understand all this modern stuff. Be my Hornet with aim 7s in helo mode on release? Oh god, yeah, that's gonna be dirty. I'm gonna be in the Hind with my Sturms and my, well, actually my Attackers. the attackers are going to be fucking dirty against the Apache. So you got your like computer mainframe in here. Maybe it shouldn't be so far forwards in the ship. This is kind of a vulnerable spot, but like the ship can operate without this. This doesn't actually really do anything. It's just for flavor. But this is the Elbrus 13M supercomputer complex. I just had to fill this compartment with something, so I figured I'd fill it with computers. Then we have the mess. Let's read. It's a subscription that lets you play thousands of games for as long as you want, as long as you have the subscription. Includes many AAA games and even new titles. Yeah, we'll see. The thing is, though, I'm probably only going to use it for one thing. So as long as it's like actually economically sound to use it for one thing, then sure. But if it's not, then yeah. Can it run Crysis at 4K? Probably not. So this is the mess. Ideally, I'd like to have actual like mess tables with more chairs and stuff. I did used to have some parts for that. In fact, they probably still work. I might change that around later, but for now it's just using desks instead. The crew of this ship is, you know, realistically speaking, you probably wouldn't need more than excuse me. You probably wouldn't need more than about 10 people to crew this. But in terms of like lore, the crew of this would be like 90 people, because it's got about 30 beds. So anywhere between 60 and 90 people. So the mess really needs more tables, but I've only got a limited amount of space to work with here, so... Catch you later, Saber. I'm running the daily needs mod. So in this case, it's mostly for flavor, because this isn't survival, but I am running a survival world that does use it. I kind of wish, so the thing is, like, with a lot of these compartments, I kind of wish we had more, combined blocks, if that makes sense, like a combined kitchen and bar, or a combined, you know, kitchen and locker or whatever, because every time I have to place something like this, it's another block it takes up, and this ship can only, like, there's only so much space in this ship, which is one of the reasons why it's hard to design a fully featured small ship without using small ship blocks, which you can only use so much of before the game shits itself. Like, for instance, if this ship was 2/3 the size or half the size, I would have trouble even piping air pressurizers through it, because there's just not enough space. So there are two ways to fix this: either having more combined blocks, where it has, like, you know, like you would actually see on a space station or something, or in like a, say, a sleeper carriage in a train. That kind of nice, cozy space. I love those things. That's what I'd like to have in game to play with, so I don't have to devote as much floor space to a couple of things. I'd like to have more of them combined into one block space. The other thing that could be done, and this is more so for lights than anything, is subgrid placements. Like, I would love to be able to place multiple things intersecting each, like, you know, if it ignored collisions of two blocks that were intersecting each other, if that makes sense. So, for instance, I would be able to place a light right here if I wanted to, and it would just ignore collisions with the other things occupying this block space, so it wouldn't glitch the physics engine out or anything. I would love to be able to do that. I think that... something spicy's happening. I think at one point you could do that, but you can't anymore, which is a shame, because it would make my life so much easier. Okay, how do I get out of here? How do I get out of here? Let's go up to the bow, and we'll squeeze out through this gap. So that was the main missile battery underneath that you heard firing. And I'd say it's probably firing at that, because it's set to target neutrals. Although, it might have disabled it already, because it stopped firing. That's quite interesting. There's another ship coming though, so it might get close enough to trigger it. Walking around this reminds me of Red Dwarf moment. Lister comes out of cryostasis, only to be told all crewmates are dead. I need more, I actually need more cryo in this. It's only got 3 cryo chambers. I feel like I'd need at least about 5 or 10, but I just don't have room. Again, a resolution problem. There's only so much space I have in the ship. Okay, well, I think we missed the fun, but it probably just blew something up. I don't know if that mine layer is going to come close enough. It might do, it might do. Let's see. We'll just wait, we'll see if the mine layer comes close enough to trigger the missile launcher, and if it doesn't, then we'll go back inside. Years 2057, the DCS F-35 just dropped in your Union MiG-21. How do you avoid being murdered? Probably through many dirty tricks. Including landing on a road, waiting for it to fly over, and then taking off and shooting it from behind. I don't know. I don't know, dude. I don't expect to still be playing DCS in 2057. Especially if there's fucking F-35s in it. I don't know if it's gonna engage that. Oh no, it is. Maybe. It's coming closer. The reason you can see these little lock-on symbols is because of the spotlights. So these count as neutral blocks, I think, or oh no, that'd be friendly blocks. But the because they are blocks and they're within range of these spotlights, they're just pointing at them. Because, like I said, they'll track whatever's in front of them, pretty much. I think he's just gonna skim the edge of that missile battery's range. No, okay, he's not going to get close enough. Never mind, we missed the fun. Oh well, maybe next time. So we'll go back up to compartment 3, which is the mess. I just depressurized the whole ship because I didn't wait long enough for that airlock to seal. Oops. Oh, actually, no. It's because my helmet's closed. There we go. So yeah, this is the mess. You may notice that there is a glass floor and there's something down there, and there's also a ladder. We'll come back to that in a minute. And this is part of, like, this glass floor, which is a glass ceiling for the compartment below us. This is part of how I got around not being able to subgrid place lights, because it's so cramped down there I couldn't place lights. So I just said fuck it and put a glass ceiling on it so that the light that comes down from the compartment above can help brighten that one up a little. Although, to be honest, the lighting down there's enough on its own, I think. This is kind of an extension of the mess. So this is like the food growing / preparation area. So we've got water recyclers, we've got hydroponics. These are, there's one each side. These are the oxygen hydrogen generators. So there's 2 of them. I'll probably put more throughout the ship in the crawl spaces, or maybe in the engineering bay, but for now there's just 2 here. We got a little crop grower. And then like a little lab area here, you know, for formulating new types of food or whatever, or like a horticulture lab or something. And that goes through into the med bay. Like I said, we've got 3 cryo chambers. A grand total of 3. 1 for every, what, 20 crew members? 20 or more, depending how many are in here. We got our little sort of medical pathology lab thing. We got the medical room, which is where you actually respawn in Space Engineers. A fucking MRI. Although I guess it wouldn't be an MRI because, you know, we're on a very magnetic ship full of very magnetic things. Like a little fucking patient bed here. Recovery beds. We got more gyros in here, so like I said, redundancy, right? I got gyros inside the pressure hull as well as outside. We've got a little deck that we can go up on. I don't want to imagine anything about the F-35 Polar. Like, literally, if they add the F-35 to DCS, I'm never playing a server with the F-35 on it. Like, it doesn't sound fun. I have no interest in subjecting myself to that. Like, it's fun to take on a challenge and kill a much more advanced plane, but not that level. Like, that's just ridiculous. As it is, I'm not overly joyed about the Typhoon coming to DCS, because it's going to be this, not to the same extreme, but it's going to be similar. It's just going to shit on everything without even trying. Like, it's... For single player, sure, if you want to use highly advanced weaponry against fucking shit from the 1970s, go for your life, I guess, but... Like, it's not going to be fun in PvP, it's not going to be fun if you want an actual challenge, it's literally just for Typhoon Kumas, pretty much. Which, to be fair, most of the modern stuff in DCS is just for complete fucking Kumas, because there's nothing to fight with it. Or no peer aircraft to fight, or peer ground threats to fight anyway. This is your hangar air traffic control area. So you got your little radar operators. You've got plotting tables. I've got so this would be like a situation plotting table, I guess, but I got a little hologram of the fighter on it at the moment. It's kind of... I might nix one of these so you can walk right up to the fucking window. Because it kind of defeats the purpose if you can't. Actually, yeah, I might get rid of that one maybe. And then just have this radar on this side or something. Or actually, what I could just get rid of this desk. Put that radar here. Then have... Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. And then you can walk right up to the corners and look. And then I'll also get rid of this one, I think. That works. So as you can see, it's very much a work in progress. It's not anywhere near finished. I like to keep telling myself it's nearly finished, but it really isn't. Let's run back up to the third compartment, because that's the first compartment towards the bow where we have a ladder that we can go down. This is a warship. We use ladders here, not stairs, because stairs take way too much fucking space up. So this is compartment 2 downstairs. So the compartments are, they're airtight from either end, but the two well, most of them are 2 decks. One of them's 3, I think. They're not airtight between the decks. They're only airtight between compartments. So this is downstairs from compartment 2. This is the downstairs of compartment 1. We got service access into the bow, so that big sort of open area inside the bow, which isn't pressurized, these airlocks go there. I'll probably replace the signs as well at some point with something a little more fitting. This is like a general sort of crew space, like a workspace, I guess. You got a couple of tables and benches. You got your little, like, projector table thing. And then we got shower, toilets, because, you know, everyone's got to poop. And then an armory up here as well. Well, 2 armories, really. And then, this is where people sleep. But also, because I'm a very space-conscious individual, I needed to put batteries somewhere. But I needed them to be out of the way, and I also needed to be able to see what the charge status of said batteries is, without having to go into a complex menu. And so, here we have the big brain solution, which is we put the batteries under the sleeping compartments, And we have an access hatch in the floor, so if we need to get to the batteries for whatever purpose, we just open this hatch and then go down. Oh, look at that. Crawl spaces are so underutilized, I think, in a lot of Space Engineers ship designs. I love using them. Batteries catch fire and kill the sleeping crew. Well, that's why you would, you know, have, like, smoke alarms and shit, if the game supported them. Well, actually you could. You can make it so if the battery takes damage, it starts, like, it sets off a warning. I could totally do that. I just have to figure out how to script it. So there's 10 beds in this compartment. And we go to... This is compartment 4, so this is downstairs from the life support / food growing compartment. It's a little more space constricted because of the conveyors. You can see we got locker storage for the crews as well. So like I said, I like to make use of as much space as possible. So here I've got lighting instead of lockers. I could probably... Why have I not got a locker there? I must have... I think I was planning to put something in front of the door. So I could actually put another locker there. I might do that. But yeah, like, we've got maximum use of space here. So even on a 1 block wide passage, there's still enough room to get by, so we have lockers. And then here in this compartment we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Same deal with the batteries, by the way. So that's 4. Technically, I could do 5 beds, but I didn't want to have 2, like, sleeping fucking head to toe. So I just put crew storage there instead. So that's 8, 10, 18 already. Because the ones who do know are going to be annoying to fight, and it's going to, like, it's just going to lead to even more bitching and whinging in the fucking PvP community. Like, okay, real talk. DCS real talk moment. I like playing PvP. In fact, it's pretty much the only way I can tolerate DCS unless somebody makes a really, really well-made scripted mission. But, like, I like PvP, but the PvP community is fucking insufferable. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Like, the competitive community who will scream and bitch and moan if a plane gets a, like, something fixed that makes it more realistic because suddenly it's unbalanced. Either in favor of or against that jet. Or, you know, like, they'll want mods locked down because they're worried about people exporting shit, like, just... So you got that end, the competitive side bitch about balance, then you've got the fucking normies who just, like, you know, everyone bitches about balance. Like, even I bitched about balance at times, but, you know, there's different levels of it. There's, this mission is imbalanced, and then there's, oh, this plane is OP, like, just, yes, certain planes do have issues that make them kind of better than they should be. I think we all know a very good example, as we saw today, but, you know, like, just the, I don't know, dude. I'm pretty close to getting burnt out on PvP just from dealing with the community. Like, because I haven't really been checking Discords or reading the ED forums for the past week, I've had a really good week just chilling out playing Space Engineers. Because I haven't had to worry about what plane people think is OP, or trying to fucking argue against somebody in, like, who's making a fucking claim in bad faith that this needs to be changed or that needs to be changed, and I know they're fucking doing it in bad faith because I know that, you know, that it's something that only affects them, or what, like, it's just, I don't know, dude, like, I tire of it very easily. We've got a hangar, not hangar bay, like this is the aircrew ready room, so the briefing room's upstairs for the aircrew, so all the fighter pilots, dropship pilots, whatever, would do their briefings up there, and they come down here to get changed into their flight gear, and then this is an airlock. And we're in the hangar bay. I should probably have my fucking helmet closed. But yeah, then we're in the hangar bay. Got a little bit of general storage and stuff around here for the the flight deck crew to use. Mostly just visual flavor. These shelves don't even act as storage space, they're just there to look pretty. We've got a couple of LCDs, so if you need to put up like a mission briefing or whatever, you can do it. 6 of them. And then, I was thinking of putting some more in as well, actually. And then we've got an armored shutter. That armored shutter is for a window in the CIC, which overlooks the hangar. In hindsight, I probably should have either made the ship one compartment longer, or put the CIC one compartment further back, or that would put it too close to engineering, which I didn't want it to be. So, either way, once this has doors on it, so it's not as blatantly obvious where the hangar is, you know, most people are probably going to shoot around center of mass of the ship, and it's going to hit the hangar, and it's going to do nothing, because there's nothing in the, you know, like, just the fucking hangar is just a massive empty hole. If they shoot the bow of the ship, they're not going to, they might fuck up the living quarters a bit, but they're not going to break anything combat critical. If they shoot here, all they're going to do is damage the navigation bridge and some of the weaponry. If they shoot here, it's going to fuck me up, obviously. But there's not really any way around that. This narrow little thing here, this is the CIC. Which is why I said, oh, I should probably not have fucking hydrogen tanks right next to it. But this is where the CIC of the ship is. So, the most important part of the ship, besides the fucking propulsion, right there. It's near the most obvious target, but it's not quite the most obvious target. You know, most people, if they see this thing at a distance, they're probably going to think it's designed like most people design their ships, and they'll think that the bridge is somewhere near the radar. So they'll shoot the fucking radar, might lose some of the fire control, whatever, but they're not going to shoot the actual command deck of the ship, which is in there. See, this is the kind of shit you got to think about when you design these things. Can't find cobalt? Are you, if you're at our planetary base, there should be a fair amount of it nearby. Where the little, like the vertical drop miner goes, follow it when it goes to do its little routine. There's cobalt there. There's a big cobalt vein running through the bottom of the lake. Oh, you're in outer space? Okay, yeah, I can't help you there, man. I initially spawned in outer space, in an asteroid field, about 4,500 kilometers from the planet we're on. And I kind of wish I'd done the same as Dirt Merchant and stayed there. Because within an hour of spawning, I had everything I needed except magnesium, and I had a worker ship I built myself. Like, I had everything I needed to establish a nice, thriving base in the asteroids. And then I'm like, oh shit, it's, you know, 4,500, 5,000 kilometers to get to where everyone else is playing. I'm just gonna respawn, fuck it. I kind of wish I hadn't now, because I would have a ship with a jump drive, and I could just visit them anyway. And in those asteroids where I spawned, everything. I had everything except magnesium. And when I say everything, I mean, like, there were entire asteroids that were just silver, gold. There was one that was, like, half uranium, half... like, oh my god, it was so good. I should have stayed there. A solar farm, assembler, and all that jazz. Just no med bay. Ah, yeah, okay. Once I get my exploration ship built, see, my exploration ship's not designed for a jump drive, but I could probably crib one onto it. And if I do get that done, I'll have to come visit you at some point. I probably should have put that up there, to be honest. It doesn't really matter anyway. So there's an issue with pressurizers. They struggle to pressurize a one block space. Like, as in, they basically can't. So this is pretty much just for show anyway. It can't pressurize this properly. But welcome to, and you can see there's like a armory here for changing into your spacesuit, whatever. Welcome to the CIC. This is the bottom floor of the CIC. It's split level. Well, not split level. It's 2 level. Now, in hindsight, and the way I would have previously designed my ships, this would, like, the whole CIC would be 1 or maybe 2 blocks tall, and it would be just the rest of the space would be armor. So I've kind of taken a risk with this one, not only have I made it 2 floors, but it's also not airtight between the 2 floors. So that's just, you know, open mesh catwalk, and then we've got a ladder there. So I don't know. I like the look of this, and I like that it gives me more useful space for the command deck, but it's also kind of vulnerable. But this is a cruiser. It's not supposed to be trading blows with battleships, really. So I think this should be okay. Again, we got batteries under the floor, and there is an access hatch for them. We've got all our a couple gyros too. We got all our different stations here. Like, you know, theoretically speaking, electronic warfare, I think that's radar officer, engineering, navigation, comms is one of them. I can't remember, but you got all your different stations for all the different systems, and then you've got your command seat. This is the downstairs command seat, and then upstairs has one as well. And then I got a couple timer blocks here. I don't know if I'm ever going to use the timer blocks for anything, but I figured they're useful to have on the ship just in case. And programmable blocks I do actually need if I'm going to start scripting stuff for it. Or more likely if I'm going to ask someone else to script stuff for it, because I don't know how. Or, you know, yoink scripts I find off the workshop. So, let's go upstairs to start with. Since this is basically one contiguous space. So this is our armored shutter. I'm probably going to have to put if I put a button, I'm not going to have space for the block. It'll probably just be controlled through the thingo menu. But yeah, if that was to open up, you would see the hangar deck pretty clearly. It's got quite a nice view. I can do it now. What do we got? Shutters. There we go. So you got a really good view of the hangar bay. But I would say those would probably normally need to be closed, because it's just a bit risky to leave them open. So we'll close them back up. I haven't sorted out any of these displays yet. I don't want to be using the default scripts for them. So I'd probably have like status displays of all the ship's inventory, what exact amount of thrust each thruster, what, you know, like whatever, stuff like that. All those fancy scripted displays you see on ships on the workshop, that's what I want in this. I want this to actually be like really in-depth. I just wish I knew how to do it myself, but I don't. So this is the upstairs command seat, and then this is the actual captain's seat. So this is where the captain sits and does his, oh, look at me, I'm the captain. While the helmsman sits here, or alternatively down in the navigation bridge, depending on whether it's combat or not. And we got, you know, a vending machine, because people need their fucking space coffee when they're locked down in here in combat. And then the officers' quarters, which I kind of wish I'd given myself more space for, because I can only fit 4 cubicles really without cutting into the armor on the hull. I could fit more in here. I actually could fit more in here, but that's already like, this is the pressure hole here. And it's not very thick here either, so I'm kind of dubious about doing it. Like, yeah, I could do it. I just, because the pressure hull is heavy armor, I don't want to leave gaps in it to put squishy components like fucking beds and shit. But maybe we'll do it. I don't know, maybe. I'll probably do some more destructive testing, so I'll grab another copy of it and I'll take it out and actually deliberately fire at it to see what it will tolerate, and whether it significantly reduces ship survivability to have that armor plating there or have components there instead. I know that some components are like actually tougher than armor for whatever reason, so if it ends up being a case like that, then it's less of an issue. But yeah, officers' quarters. So each one, I kind of wish this door wasn't so fat, or that I had a thinner door, because it blocks this a bit. But you got your toilet there, you got your much fancier bed, you know, with wood paneling and shit. This is the high life right here. And then a shower. So there's 4 of them. There would almost certainly be more than 4 offices on this, but I just, like I said, I've got to figure out what I'm going to do with it. And then this is the primary jump drive. So this is one of the engineering spaces. In here we have the ship's manufacturing plant, so this ship can refine its own fuel, repair components, whatever. So that's a refinery there. It's got a bunch of modules on it. I had to leave the last module off because this is maintenance access for the engines, or for the thrusters, I should say. So there's a gap there, but whatever. It's like, this isn't meant to be an industrial ship, it's just, I wanted it to have some capacity to process its own fuel, and you need a proper refinery to do that, because the basic refinery, for whatever reason, cannot process uranium. Which is really counterintuitive, to be honest. Like, I would have thought that you would want the basic refinery to be able to process uranium, and then, like, maybe not even anything else. There was a mod on the workshop years and years ago for actual specific uranium-only processing stuff. If that still exists, or if there's another mod that does something similar, I'll probably swap that out for the refinery. Because while having the refinery is nice, it takes up a shit ton of space, and this is meant to be a warship, not an industry ship, so I don't want it to be able to industry itself too well, if that makes any sense. And then over here we've got an assembler on the other side. So the assembler, that's going to be there no matter what, because you do need the assembler to build replacement parts for the ship. Maintenance access for the other side thrusters. And then here we have the reactor compartment, the engineering compartment. This is a pretty decently sized compartment because it goes across a couple of levels. So we're on the 2nd level here. A ladder coming up from downstairs. This is the main reactor. So this one I think is 400 megawatts of power it produces. And then we got 5 of the smaller ones which produce... is it? Yeah. No, 4. No, 5. The 5th one's over here, I think. 5 of the smaller ones, they produce 20 megawatts each, so that's 500 megawatts all up, which actually doesn't sound like that much, to be honest, but it should do. I guess for this amount of space, 500 megawatts is not bad at all. There's also 2 hydrogen engines to act as backup generators. And then a basic refinery and basic assembler, so if the main ones go down, or if you need to offload work from them for simpler components, you can send it back here. And then we've got a little observation / maintenance deck up here. I'll probably put like a display or something here, I think. Actually, I thought I already did. I'm not sure why I haven't got one here, but yeah, we've got more shelving just for flavor. And then these doors actually lead to... This goes straight to these thrusters, so you can just, you know, weld them up or whatever. What the fuck? Oh, that was... Don't mind me, I pressed the wrong button. So you can just weld them up if they get damaged. Check that they're working properly, whatever. This one goes through here to the secondary jump drive, and some of the main thrusters are on either side of us here. So basically another maintenance space. I'm thinking of putting some more stuff back here, but I've got... Oh, I need to move that. But I've got very limited room to work with, so we'll see how we go. Actually, no, I don't need to move that because you can crouch under it. Crisis averted. So let's go back downstairs and work our way back through the ship. So that's where you come in from the other compartment. We've got all control stations down here, so this would be like the reactor officers station. The actual control panel for the reactor itself sits there, although I probably have most of the controls hooked up through that. These displays would actually be showing things like fuel on board, reactor status, whatever, current power draw, you know, orders from up front. But at the moment they're using the default scripted things as placeholders. There's a second backup hydrogen generator, little station for the guy in charge of the backup generators. I'm debating, there's a mod that adds steam stuff, like steam turbines and shit. I'm debating adding those in here, because, I mean, that makes sense anyway. What the fuck is your nuclear reactor doing if it's not feeding a steam turbine? So, I might figure out a place to stick them. I'll probably put them in the compartment ahead. Which is kind of counterintuitive, but might be the best way to do it. And then you've got, of course, your access to the bottom of the reactor. And then this just goes nowhere. Oops. And we get stuck, because mag boots are a bit janky on stairs. This thing doesn't have artificial gravity. I mean, artificial gravity has its moments, but I kind of like more realistic ships, if you know, to what extent they can be. So I don't really use artificial gravity, generally speaking. I mean, we have mag boots anyway, you don't need it, right? If it's not stated as fission, it could be based on the proton-boron fusion... proton-boron, what the fuck? Proton-boron fusion concept that using receptors and filters could harvest the energy directly from the reaction and process. I mean, it could be, yeah, but I just like steam turbines, dude. I want an excuse to have a steam turbine. This is more maintenance access to the thrusters, and this is the outer hull plating here. In fact, if we go along here, we got more crawl space, and if we go far enough along, we have open space. And then these are downwards thrusters. And again, you can see spaced armor protecting the bottom of that thruster there. And again, more spaced armor here. Like, wherever I had space, I put different pieces of spaced armor. Not just because it's effective, because it looks fucking cool, dude. Why wouldn't you? I am debating whether I should get rid of those conveyor blocks and just, or cover them over, because like there's no point having an air vent back here because it's not going to pressurize. It's open to space, and at the same time, like, what else are you going to do here? I could maybe, I guess, put like a small cargo container as an access point so you can pull tools and shit out of it to repair the engines. I don't know. Oh, and like I said, mag boots are a little janky sometimes. Okay, they're a little janky often. Closing this with me and it's going to be interesting. Yeah, okay, there we go. We go through into this compartment. Oh, for fuck's sake, really? So this is the main magazine, or the main aft magazine. This, directly below this, that big missile turret, that's what's down there. Right down there, that big missile turret. So, the magazine sits there, and then on top of that we've got the jump drive. We've got the assembler here that I showed you the top of before. And there, actually along the top, upstairs, we've got some like ready storage for fuel, so that would be where the uranium goes, because it's right next to the engine room. There's a lot of small storage space throughout the ship, so there's only two large containers, I think. There might be more, but I'm pretty sure there's only two. They should be the magazines. So one here and one in the bow. The bow magazine is actually outside the pressure hull. It's between the hulls. This one's inside the pressure hull. and then the rest is just like there's shit tons of small containers piled into the crawl spaces and the top of the hangar. So we got our manufacturing kind of station here, next to the refinery, tool storage and shit. And now this is a pretty complicated sort of affair I had to do to make the current iteration of the navigation bridge airtight. Like I said, I'm not sure if I'm going to keep this or if I'm just going to gut this whole compartment, extend it down, and build a proper like full-on glassed-in flight deck like you would see on most people's ships, which is an obvious shoot me here, but like that's why it's airtight, you know. So if I do that, I'll probably put a layer of heavy armor under that floor plate, and then extend this down and have this just go directly into the navigation bridge. But I probably have to redesign the docking ports as well. I might do a variation of both. So I might use this design for this ship, and then the command version with the hangar deck replaced with command space. I might actually I might do the bigger navigation bridge because it makes more sense there. I guess they're not going to be engaging in direct combat as much. So these go to the airlocks outside. They're kind of janky because if I close that, open that, it's not depressurizing because these merge block tunnels, once you're in it, oh no, something janky is happening here. Like even if I open this door, it doesn't depressurize the ship. It should, but it doesn't. So I think the merge tunnel actually acts like it's always airtight, even though it's not, which is kind of a... Like, I kind of wish it didn't. In fact, I wish this had its own door. Like, if this had its own door, I could shorten that airlock and I'd have more internal space. Catch you later, Thermo. Thanks for stopping by, man. I'll catch you in-game at some point, I think. Maybe once I've built a ship with a jump drive. Or you have. Whoever gets there first. I don't know about that. I've got to get into space first. Like, because we're planetary, it's a challenge for us to actually get materials into space to build, because we've got to get out the gravity well. You know, it's just... unless we have something with really powerful hydrogen thrusters, maybe? I guess we could do that. I might take the Anadir and put hydrogen thrusters on it. But it doesn't have a lot of storage, so I'd have to have like a fucking saddle tank or something on it. That might work. I could put a saddle tank on it for the hydrogen engines, or hydrogen thrusters, and then I could have, because that's going to make it bigger, I could extend the hull out and put a jump drive under it. That might work. I was actually thinking of a space elevator. Yeah, when I first saw the VIX experimental windmill, the really tall one with the beacon light on top, I thought that's what that was supposed to be. I thought he was starting a space elevator until I saw the windmill. Yeah, I have thought about a space elevator, and I think we probably should build one, but I don't know what kind of timeline that's going to be, because that's still, like, even if we build a really simple one that's just a conveyor tube and nothing else, like, we would want to protect it probably, or have like something on it besides just conveyor. But even if we just built a conveyor tube, that's to the top of the atmosphere, or like to the top of the gravity well, is 30-40 kilometers minimum. I think it might even be more than that, because the asteroid that had uranium on it was 50-something kilometers, I think 52 kilometers above our base, and that asteroid is just barely out of the gravity well. So that's going to take a lot of materials, even if it's literally just a conveyor. So anyway, let's go to the navigation bridge, or one of the navigation bridges. There's one on each side. It's airlocked. There we go. And we can control the ship from it. I'm just slightly turning it. we've got down here, because this is a sort of entranceway to the ship, we've got an armory so you can gear up. We've got a toilet in case you need to crap, because, you know, there's not really many toilets in this half of the ship besides the officers' quarters, which generally people aren't going to be using. And another armory there. And then a lounge, just so you can chill down here, I guess. While you're waiting for your transfer ship or whatever. Set of wheels, grab it. Yeah, that sounds about right. Kind of like a monorail, but not. And that completes our interior tour of the Tashkent. However, let's talk about what I plan to do, besides all the shit I just said I was planning to do. So, doors, obviously, for this. Painting, obviously. I've got to rename a bunch of modules in the ship, because I'm a motherfucking puzzle piece, and if things aren't named properly, it pisses me off. And I like to give things like flavor names, so that, like, the reactors are called, I think, VM... What is it? VM... VM 1200 for the big one, because it produces 400 megawatts of power, so it would produce 1200 megawatts thermal energy approximately, because you get about 30% efficiency out of nuclear reactors running through steam turbines. So it's a VM 1200, and then the smaller ones are VM60s, because they produce 20 megawatts each of electricity, so they'd be 60 megawatts of thermal. So everything's named. Like the guns are named with GRAU indexes, so like 2A whatever. The missiles are going to be like 9K or 9M, or 9K for the weapon, 9M for the missile. Just go hit K on one of the connectors and look at the component list. Yeah, I know. What do you mean? Like, I know, my dude, I know. But, like, I want to name shit in a specific way, right? So, like, you can see I've already partly done it. So we've got the 2A 840M Heavy Artillery Complex, which is our forwards-firing guns. We've got the 2K 51M Anti-Aircraft, 2K 71. Like, they're all named differently. And then we got different, like, all the lighting's grouped by compartment, because what I would like to do eventually, if I find a script monkey to do this for me, or teach me how to do it, I'd like to have it so that, you know, if a compartment needs, like, if an alarm goes off, it changes the compartment lighting, or makes it strobe or something, you know, like, say, the living spaces are already red lighting because people are going to be sleeping, so they don't want bright white lights on, but say, you know, when you're in combat, all the compartments with white lighting, it goes like blue or red or something. Or, you know, if there's a hull breach, the compartment lights just start flashing fucking yellow or red or whatever. I should probably put some of the rotary lights actually as well, maybe once every 2 compartments or something, as like a oh shit alarm. I need some sound blocks too, so I can play actual alarm sounds. But that's what I want to be able to do, is fuck with the compartment lighting on the fly. And then change it back, you know, so you have your combat state where it goes to red lights or whatever, and then when you exit the combat state, it changes back to its current lighting, which isn't pure white, by the way, because, like, the basic pure white light fucks with me, so they're all either slightly rosy, kind of, like a rosy tint of like, off-white, or they're, like, halogen lights, they're, like, sort of, or xenon or whatever, the bluish ones. Xenon, I think. Actually, no, halogen burns blue too. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, we've got all this stuff. I've got to rename some of these, like pre-hangar compartment lighting. That's compartment 6. I'm gonna have to double check through all these and make sure I haven't accidentally deleted something I need. Because, like, some of these groups I made before I'd figured out how many compartments the ship was going to have, so they're a bit fucky. Yeah, like after mess compartment lighting, bro, that's compartment 4. Yeah, let's get rid of that. When you rename a group and resave it, it actually duplicates a group with the new name. It doesn't overwrite the old one. I wish it fucking overwrote the old one. This is why I've got duplicates like this. Because I changed the names and didn't realize that it doesn't overwrite them. So we'll get rid of that. Amenities compartment is compartment 2. Get rid of that. Oh, funny meme. Funny meme, I forgot to actually set compartment 2 lighting, so I'm gonna have to go back and do that manually now. Oh, I hate my life. Whatever. So we got compartment 3. I'm gonna have to go through and fucking check it. Like, have it turned on, show on HUD, and then figure out which thing is which. I think there's a, I've seen people do it. There's a way to mouse over, I think it's in build mode or something. You can mouse over a block and it will give you the actual, not the name of the, like, what the component is, but the actual name of that block. And any groups it's in. I need to see if that is a mod or something, and I need to get it. Because that would make my life so much easier when I go through and rename and regroup all this stuff. I haven't renamed the radar stuff yet. Wally has... Oh no. Poop fog. Why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised? Where's the cactus farm though? It wouldn't be Wally's City without a cactus farm somewhere. Oh, why am I still... Where the fuck are these? Like... They must be in... They must be in compartment 3, I think. I'll have to check. The beds at least have control... Like, they have the little LCD control panels on them, so I can actually hit the control panel on the bed and it will show me, like, this is bed, fucking whatever. It's the blocks that don't have those panels on that are a bitch to find, like, say, the lighting panels. Show on HUD. Yeah, I could do that, but, like, then I have to declutter it. So I'll have to see if there is that mod that, like, I can just mouse over something and it tells me what it is, because then I don't have to click through show on HUD, turn it off, whatever. And see, the doors are all named by bulkhead, so you can lock down compartments easier if there's a breach. I'm gonna have to rename all of the fucking autocannon turret components so I know which turret's which. That's gonna be a lot of fun. I don't know which compartment that's in, but that needs to be renamed. Yeah, there's a lot of shit that needs renaming. Holy fuck. I thought I'd rename more than that, but apparently not. Why is that grayed out? Oh, right, because I was showing hidden... Wait, no. What? Oh, because that's what I'm accessing right now. I'm dumb. That's why it's grayed out. This would normally be hidden, but because this is the block I'm actually looking at, it's visible. Haven't renamed those weapons yet. I'll have to give them a fucking 9k index. Although those are anti-ship missiles, they might maybe get like a car or something. Like I said, I'll probably put more oxygen hydrogen generators in, but they'll probably be in crawl spaces or towards the back of the ship. I gotta rename the ore detector. We've got our short range radar. And then our big radar doesn't have oh, actually no, it does have a name, but it's the rotor that it's based on is actually the named part. If I can figure out where it is. Oh no, it's just search radar, I haven't actually named it yet. And, just one more little thing before I wrap up this part of the stream, and possibly the whole stream. I'm getting a bit dopey. So, something I was thinking of doing before I kind of got a firm idea of the size of the ship and before I realized how much internal space I would need for various things, is I was thinking of having lifeboats attached to these tunnel merge blocks. So these tunnel merge blocks will be airtight while they're merged, and so you'd run through them into the lifeboat, then it would unmerge, poop the lifeboat out into space. Oh, hooray, it'd be like the Pillar of Autumn in Halo, right? Well, that's all well and good, but this ship only has so much space on it. That's the kind of system I'll probably build on like a carrier or a fucking battleship or something that's, you know, 2-3 times the size of this. On this ship, we don't really have the space for it, especially not with the way the hull armor's designed. If I went box mode and just like squared off one of these compartments, yeah, I could do it then, but I don't want to do that. So instead, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to build a small ship lifeboat. So small ship blocks give me more resolution, so to speak, in the same amount of space. I'm going to build a small ship lifeboat, and I'm going to anchor it to the outside of the ship. Because this ship, like, there's the only access points to space are through the hangar or through that docking area. I'm thinking of putting through another airlock up near the bow of the ship somewhere, but I don't know if I'm going to have room for it. I'll like maybe make it come off one of the service corridors or something. But either way, there's not many places to exit the ship. So I think what I'll do is this whole space here, although it might be a little risky with the armor panels, I don't know how well they'll respond to something docking to them. But this part of the ship along the sides, there's not really anything here, and so I think this is where I'll dock the lifeboats. I'll just have them with landing gear on the bottom, kind of, you know, adhered like barnacles to the hull of the ship. And then if you need to fucking jump ship, you just grab your EVA kit, pop out through one of the airlocks, spacewalk your way over to the lifeboat, jump in it, and then it de-barnacles itself and pisses off. So it's maybe not the best way of doing it, but it's the most space-efficient way of doing it for a ship this size, I think. You know, I could put some along here, under these engines. This is solid armor plate. This isn't armor panels. So, you know, put some along here, just as long as they don't block the thrusters. Maybe if I can get away with doing it without breaking the thinner armor panels, I can put some along here, under the hangar. You know, just generally where they're reasonably close by so the crew can easily get to them. And if I can put, say, 10 seats per lifeboat, and then have, like, you know, between 6 and 10 lifeboats, that's the entire crew. And I think, I don't know if I could fit that many, to be honest, but maybe. Like, if I maybe put 2 or 3 along the stern here, maybe even 4 if I tucked one down there, and then maybe 2 each side of the hangar. So that's what, 4, 6 there, 4 there. So that's 8 or 10 already. That should do it. I think that might just work. Or, you know, I could have one up here as well, maybe, depending how long they are. But I think that's what I'll do, so I'll have little lifeboats. But yeah, that is my current Space Engineers project, and I've spent, you know, most of the last... Oh, let's get a screenshot while the sun's actually on it. I spent most of the last couple of days working on this, and I'm pretty happy with it so far. I think it... Like I said, I'm pretty bad at external ship design. My ships usually end up looking like fucking boxes or just misshapen lumps. I'm really happy with how this turned out. Like, this looks, in my opinion, I'm obviously biased, I think this looks pretty cool. Like, it has enough... one of the things I struggle with is putting enough... Not greeble, but enough variation in shapes and silhouettes on the outside of the ship to make it actually visually interesting without compromising the design of the ship. So one of the things that I notice looking at sort of public designs on the Steam Workshop is a lot of people... it was Ansys Minecraft server. Remember Ansys server with fucking the statue of Hammerbeard and where I put a massive shape charge onto your castle and you wouldn't talk to me for a week because of it? Yeah, it was there. Just in that little patch of desert near your castle, actually. But yeah, like, looking at a lot of pubby ship designs on the workshop, a lot of them are... They have lots of little intricate details, but it's just greeble. Like, it doesn't serve any function on the ship. It's... They don't have an actual structural skeleton like this does. Like, they don't have... It's not there to blank out thrusters from incoming fire or anything like that. It's just there to break up the silhouette, and it, you know... They kind of lose interior volume or weaken the ship structure to do it. So I kind of feel like I've found a good compromise here. The ship looks interesting from the outside, but that doesn't compromise its function at all. I mean, maybe certain places the armor's a little thinner because of the way I've shaped it, but it's a cruiser, it doesn't really matter. So I'm really happy with it. As for color scheme, I actually kind of like the primer red. Like, I don't think that's how I'm going to leave it, but I do like the looks of it. And I think that's, like, all my ships during construction, that's how I'm going to do them. They'll be that kind of reddish color. The interior will be, like, actual, you know, naval ships. So it'll be, like, green floor, grey walls kind of thing. The exterior... What I'm thinking of is I'm thinking of counter shading it so it'll be dark up, like a sort of dark grayish blue at the top. I guess like if you've seen the color photos of the Yak 38 in its original camo scheme, like the dark grayish blue on top and then the sort of deep green underneath. I really like that. So I'll either do that for the entire ship, or I'll take that greyish blue colour for the top and then I'll gradually fade it to a paler colour underneath so it's counter shaded. I think that's what I'll do with it. I don't think I'm going to have a different colour between the actual components and the armour. I think it'll just be uniform colour. I do like that the different colour brings out the shape a bit, like it highlights the shapes a bit more. I do like that, but I don't think I'm going to keep it on the actual, like, in-service ship, because it would be counterproductive to highlight your important structural parts to the enemy, I would imagine. So I think we'll do away with that. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. Pretty happy with it. Let's yoink one. I'm just gonna... Actually, no, I shouldn't need to save it anyway. So we're gonna yoink one. It's going to take a while to save the blueprint. And let's go for a drive in it. Once it pastes in. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. That's the missile battery underneath. Oh, why am I... Oh, because I'm stuck between the space armor. Are you going to fire again? Oh, you're going to fire again. There she goes. There she goes. I kind of wish there was like a binoculars function or something so I could zoom in and see the effect of that. I mean, there is a free camera, but I can't remember what the keybind for it is. I think it might get a third barrage, and that should probably kill it. In fact, let's follow the missiles over and have a look. See what's left by the time they impact. I know you still won't play Minecraft with me. A lot of people won't play Minecraft with me. Look, okay. It was insurance in case you did anything I didn't like to my shit, right? I didn't detonate it. Oh, that's... They're both firing now. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Yep. Yep. Peace out, nerd. Let's go see what it did. There probably won't be much of that left. Oh, it's still firing. Holy shit. Is there even anything left? I don't think there is. I think it was just firing at like 3 blocks worth of wreckage because I don't see anything still out there. Oh man, that's fucking brutal. That is brutal. One of these days I'll have to make like a firing range for it so I can see all of its weapons in action, because that's the only one I've really seen so far, because I mean nothing gets close enough for the other weapons to fire. That one just deletes them. It's only lunchtime. I woke up at midnight last night, so I've only been up for about 12 hours, but I'm just fucking exhausted. I'm trying to stay up to sledgehammer my sleep cycle back into something resembling normal, but we'll see how we go with that. Oh man, it just... I'm so happy with how it turned out. It looks so good. Imagine a fleet with like 2 of these and then a bunch of those destroyers, and I've still got to figure out a carrier or a battleship. I'm probably not going to build it anytime soon. Like this has already taken me so much time. I'm going to be burnt out on large ships for a while, but it'd be so cool to have like a full fleet. Let's go in through the actual airlock, since that puts us at the navigation bridge. We're going to fly from the navigation bridge because, you know, you can't see shit from the CIC. I actually would love... I don't think it's possible even with mods at the moment, and I don't know if it would be possible performance-wise, but I'd love to see them make it so that you could use a render target camera to project the camera's perspective onto the LCD screens, so you actually, like, you know, like the way that tank periscopes and shit work in Armor. That would be so cool. To actually have real-time imagery, like, so you're using the interior view in the bridge, but you can see what's going on outside. Maybe I need to remove the fast from its name. It's actually not as fast as I remember it being. I mean, 15,000 tons is like medium cruiser weight, I think. But she does take some time to get up to speed. And then if we want to turn... I have to move my mouse a lot, but it does turn a bit. It's not super agile. But you wouldn't expect a ship this size to be honest. fucking 15,000 ton cruiser. What I want to do is we're going to do a test. So my kind of test for whether a ship has enough gyros or not is whether it can roll without moving. Once it gets moving, it's easy to roll the ship. But if your ship cannot roll from a standing start, it means you don't have enough gyros. And it's not going to really maneuver very well. Yeah, we're pretty much going sideways, and it's not decelerating very well. Which is kind of to be expected. I mean, I probably could have stood to put more thrusters on it, but I think this is enough. I think this is enough. Again, it's a fucking cruiser. You're not going to be doing fucking circle strafing around people in it. So once we get down to 0 meters a second, we will see how she rolls from a standing start. So we're stationary. Oh, look at that! It actually rolls really well. Really, really well. So we got plenty of gyros. The main reason it can't turn while moving, I think, is just it builds up so much inertia, and the thrusters can't really fight the forward momentum that well. But for a ship this size, like, again, 15,000, 16,000 tons, actually, this isn't bad, in my opinion. If I crank the sensitivity on my mouse up, it helps a bit. Actually, no, it doesn't help much at all. So yeah, like, for actual turns, it's not great, but for rolling, it's quite good. The arrow keys and mouse together? Wait, the arrow keys... Oh, what? This is a revelation to me. I never realized that was bound. Holy shit, yeah, okay, this is actually really maneuverable. What the fuck? Pretty good, Dub. Pretty good. We've just done a nice big tour of this thing. Yeah, it really does not like slowing down once it gets up to speed. Anyway, main purpose of that was just to show off the ship, so I'm going to delete this one, and we'll go back to the one that I'm actively building on. Just so I don't get confused which is which. I haven't made a blueprint of it yet, because I'm kind of holding off on that until it's... I might make one in its current state, actually, and then make one when it's finished. But we'll go back and just for anyone who missed the external tour, we'll do a quick once-over of the exterior again. We won't do the whole interior tour again, but... I'm really happy with how it turned out so far. And we got to see it delete something. I wasn't sure we would. So originally it was meant to be, as the name suggests, a fast cruiser. Like, not quite a battle cruiser, but close to it. It's not really that fast, to be honest, acceleration-wise, so I might change that. We'll make it like a heavy cruiser, maybe. It has the weapons of a heavy cruiser. It has ridiculous weapons. And keeping authentic to not only Soviet naval design, but also Japanese World War II naval design. For a cruiser, this thing is incredibly cramped because it is so packed full of weapons. Oh, the sun's fully on it too, so we can actually see it properly now. So there she is. Also, you'll notice as you get close to it, the work lights in the space between the holes actually shine through some of the vents. So it looks really cool. I'm really, really happy with how it's turned out. It'll look even better once we get the bow and stern crests on it. I was thinking of actually, originally I was going to put a second radar on the belly, so there'd be a search radar on top and then another big one on the bottom, but it doesn't really make much sense. Like, it's not a fire control radar, it's a search radar, so just one. But we do have fire control directors on the top and bottom of the ship. Also, as a kind of thing you may have picked up from the way I do design my ships with this kind of turtle back design, you would be pointing the top of your ship towards the most sketchy thing, you know, anytime you're not actively firing, because most of your weapons are broadsides, but I don't know why that's a thing that's become, like, law in my method of Space Engineers shipbuilding. I think it was because of Gotlag's ship that I borrowed the hull off of. I just like that design so much, I'm like, okay, the top's going to be armored now. But that's how I do it, so the top is, if I actually go over the top of it, the paler grey, like this area here, and then this area here, pale grey is heavy armor, and dark grey is light armor. So you can see that the heavy armor is only over really important shit, basically. So like this is life support, a bunch of conveyor systems that run to weapons, fire control, obviously, and then engines and engineering in the back. But the hangar bay, for instance, unarmored. The front couple of compartments, up to the mess, I think, are unarmored. Just keeps the weight down a bit. So it's not quite all or nothing. I was actually going to originally go with all or nothing armor, but I decided to go a little more in depth with it. But that's how I design my ships. They're kind of a combination of submarines and World War II battleships. So they've got, you know, submarine-like compartments and at least Soviet submarine-like double hulls. And they've got World War II battleship armoring schemes, usually all or nothing. And my little destroyer, well, I say little, it's quite large itself, but it's maybe like half to 2/3 the size of this, probably 2/3 the size of this actually. That's just going to be, I think, mostly light armor, I think heavy armor over engineering, and that's not double hulled, it's not big enough. So double hulling for me starts at cruisers and larger because they're the only things really big enough for it to be possible in Space Engineers because of the whole resolution thing with the block size. If I could do, like I said, the subgrid placement where I can clip things into each other without it glitching the physics engine out, then I would start double hulling everything. But just can't do it, it's not viable the way the game works. At the moment, anyway. So yeah, let's hop out of here and let's go check up and see what's happening on Enigma's Space Engineer server. Yeah, I haven't changed anything, but let's save changes. Make sure nobody's blown anything else up, and then might look at ending the stream after that. There's only one person on at the moment. I'm still kind of coming to terms with the whole planets thing. So, again, I had to stop playing when DirectX 11 and planets became a thing in Space Engineers because Beepsky Mark 1 just could not cope at all. So I had an enforced, like, 6 or 7 year break from the game. But...
No station fuel.
Okay, if you say so. But, like, being on a planet and watching the sunrise, or especially on this planet, the sunset, because of that, oh, we're gonna see a sunset here soon. That alien planet, the partial eclipse it does, it's just, oh my god, it's glorious. It looks so good. If you told me this is what the game would turn into when it first went into beta, like in 2013, I would not believe you. Not at all. Okay, has anything blown up since I was on last? I don't think so. The terrain streaming's not done yet, so that's why the truck is kind of clipped through. It does take a while to load, I've noticed. So that side's still going to need repairing. The turrets have engaged something. See, because it's pointed up that way? It's probably an asteroid or a meteor storm or something. Might finish that. I'll have to... So with the chaparral, I'll have to grind down what I've got there. And then I'll start over, I think. I'll build it higher up off the landing pad so the wheels build in properly. It's too low, the wheels are clipped through, so they just don't spawn. I should have built it on a piston, really. Like, I need to get in the habit of using pistons to put projectors on so I can actually move stuff up and down. But yeah, we'll start over. So I'll build the basic hull first, and then we'll, if nothing else, have a transport vehicle, but then I'll have to go into single player, paste the Chaparral blueprint, look at how the missile launchers and the missiles are built, and then replicate it by hand in here, and then I'll have to copy the scripts over. But I am pretty determined to get that thing up and running. I want to just stand here and watch it, but I'll probably get eaten by wolves if I do. Like, look at that. Look at that. How good does that look? See if I can find a better vantage point. Maybe the top of a tree. Wolves can't climb trees in this, I'm pretty sure. Although I don't know... Yeah, I don't know if the trees have collision geometry for the upper... Oh, they kind of do. Yeah, kind of. Not really good enough to stand on, though. Unfortunately. And see where the meteors have been hitting all around here. So the meteors will specifically spawn in within a certain radius of where players are, which is something I kind of wish that they'd change and just make them spawn in random places whenever. Maybe they do, but I haven't noticed any craters except where we've been, so I think they just spawn where players are. that mountain that the sun's about to set behind, that's a really good mining spot. That's where pretty much all our magnesium comes from. I need to actually go in Discord later and ask somebody that knows how to set the mining ships up if they can set them up to go mine magnesium, because we need it. We got more stone than we know what to do with, because the auto miners are just digging into stone at this point. Like, the ironic hole is mostly depleted. The fucking, the one that's trying to get ice off the lake is digging too deep. It's going through the bottom of the lake. So I might have to annoy somebody to get them to send a miner over to that mountain. There's also gold and silver over there. And of course no uranium, because they changed it so that uranium doesn't spawn on planets. It only comes when meteors hit them. Like, uranium-bearing meteors hit the planets. I'm not sure how I feel about that change. I kind of wish that they hadn't done that. Maybe make uranium rarer on planets, but like not totally remove it. I think that was a bit silly. There are mods that that adjust that, but I need to be careful about asking to put more mods on the server, because I've already had him put like fucking 10 of them on at this point. So we'll watch the sunset together, and then I am going to jump off because I'm getting very tired and I need another drink before I lose my voice. Next stream will probably be more towards the end of the week, maybe the weekend. I will try and not, like, I'll try and get some DCS in without raging out at it, but at this point, who fucking knows with that stick? It's just so annoying. Try and get some more Mizfizz in at some point soon as well. More of this, I reckon. This is chill. I like doing this. I'm gonna do some more High Fleet, and there was something else I wanted to stream, but I can't remember what it was now. That's so cool. The only way it could really be cooler is if if instead of the skybox rotating around the planets, if the planets rotated around the sun. But I think that would be serious Clang level physics to get that to work. In KSP it's one thing, but in this, because of the fact it's voxel based and so in depth, don't know. But that would be amazing. There's a mod to add liquid water. We're not running it because I'm not sure what it does to server stability, but there is a mod that adds liquid water. So you can build ships, you can build submarines, you can build fucking Sea Lab. Like, it's awesome. Oh, there go my autocannon turrets. Got them. They're pretty effective against meteors, actually. Like, really pretty effective against meteors. The only problem is they can't depress, so if anything gets close to the base, they can't hit it. So yeah, there's liquid water. There's a mod that adds orbits. I haven't tested it yet, and you'd have to, like, you'd only really be able to use it on a newly generated world because it won't apply to existing planets. But yeah, there's a mod that allows you to actually put things in orbit, as opposed to, you know, just sitting it up there. It'll actually orbit the planet, which is really, really cool. Like, this, it just amazes me, like, where this game started and where it is now, and the fact that they're still developing it. Like, they could have called this game complete any number of years ago, especially after the netcode fixes back in, like, what was it, 2018 or something, when they fixed a lot of Clang issues. They could have called the game done then and there and just said, no, we're finished, no more development, it's yours to mod now, whatever. But they didn't. They're still developing it, so, like, of all my gaming investments, of all the things I've spent money on games-wise, this is right up near the top. Like, such a good fucking thing to buy. I got so much fun out of this over the years. And I would have got even more if Beepsky Mark 1 was able to handle it after they added planets. Like I said before, that's probably the main reason I actually play DCS now, is because I couldn't play this when I got into DCS like 4 years ago. If I could still play this game 4 years ago, I would have been. So there's not going to be a moonrise. For this part of the planet, our moon, so to speak, is the alien planet there that the sun sets behind. The actual moon of this planet is, you know, it doesn't orbit because nothing in this game orbits. But the actual moon of this planet is down there, 200 kilometers away, and that's where our base was before Logan did a whoopsie. So that's... Man, I wish that there was anything left, like... any kind of ruins or wreckage to show you guys what we had there, but there's not, because Logan fucking deleted it. There's just nothing. There's a crater. You'll be able to tell where our base was because of all the, like, the mined out voxels and the massive fucking crater where the Reavers kept kamikazing into us, but there's nothing else. Just dust and echoes. Oh, here we go. Here comes another one. Front row seats. Which direction? There. Oh, yeah, they're gonna get lit up. I think. Yep. Not much point, though. They're pretty far away. Alright, well, seeing as no crisis appears to have struck us yet, I think I'm going to call it there, guys. So, let's see who's on, where I can send you. Oh, don't mind me. There we go. Who have we got on? Oh no, Trip! Trip, what are you doing? Trip, why are you doing this to yourself? I'm gonna send you guys over to Trip, who is playing, God knows why, War Thunder. And there we go. I'm gonna send you guys on your way. Thank you all very much for watching today, guys, and sticking with me despite the fucking meltdown we had earlier. Hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. Stay safe, and I will catch you later in the week for hopefully some more DCS, hopefully less raging out, and more Space Engineers, and probably High Fleet too. Enjoy Trip. Catch you on the next one.